Next stop, Evergarden Station. Welcome aboard Metro Zero. All souls must remain inside the train at all times. The terminal station is Evergarden Station.
Zero is pulling in. Look alive.
Car 4. Clear.
Car 5. Clear.
Next stop, Evergarden Station. Welcome aboard Metro Zero. All souls must remain inside the train at all times. The terminal station is Evergarden Station.
Zero is pulling in. Look alive.
Car 4. Clear.
Car 5. Clear.
Next stop, Evergarden Station. Welcome aboard Metro Zero. All souls must remain inside the train at all times. The terminal station is Evergarden Station.
Zero is pulling in. Look alive.
Car 4. Clear.
Car 5. Clear.
Next stop, Evergarden Station. Welcome aboard Metro Zero. All souls must remain inside the train at all times. The terminal station is Evergarden Station.
Zero is pulling in. Look alive.
Car 4. Clear.
Car 5. Clear.
Zero is pulling in. Look alive.
Gar 4. Clear.
Gar 5. Clear.
Next stop, Evergarden Station. Welcome aboard Metro Zero. All souls must remain inside the train at all times. The terminal station is Evergarden Station.
Zero is pulling in. Look alive.
Gar 4. Clear.
Gar 5. Clear.
Next stop, Evergarden Station. Welcome aboard Metro Zero. All souls must remain inside the train at all times. The terminal station is Evergarden Station.
Zero is pulling in. Look alive.
Gar 4. Clear.
Gar 5. Clear.
Season 3 again, and of course this is the round robin, but day 4 we have our first game for today. It's gonna be Sacred Shrine going against Zohunt. And this best of 3 situation, they're gonna be playing against each other, and we're gonna be seeing who have the better chance, because these two teams have to win this match so far, because they are in dire position to try to take a spot for the next round, because of course it is not a knockout, but you sure would love to have these wins so as to have a better point. So let's see what they can do in this best of 3 series, because onto the casting deck it's gonna be me, Debbie, alongside, of course, if you see me, you're gonna be seeing Jewo. So Jewo, your team is playing. What do you think they will be bringing out onto this table today?
Oh, hi Debbie. Hi. I actually have no idea what they would be bringing, because honestly we haven't planned anything ahead. But you know, it's just the element of surprise that everyone looks forward to, and they're going up against Zohunt, which is a team full of surprises. So hopefully we get to see some, off the limit picks, and maybe some surprise picks as well. So very, very excited. As you said, it is gonna be determining their, position in the top 4 teams at least, because they have been winning quite a lot. So, yep, they have to go all out. They should be going all out as well.
Yeah, both of the teams are, they're good, right? Secret Shrine is just a new name for the team eliminators, with a little bit of a change up into their lineup as well. And I feel like they have finally find their good jungler after Sararmin. And I feel like this is going to be giving them a little bit of a lead onto the jungle side as well. But, we are not looking down on Zohunt at this point. But the thing is, this tournament so far since the start, Zohunt hasn't been able to find their right footing, not winning out. They have won a game, but the 2 games that they already played has been on to the losing side. So this is definitely going to be dire for them. This can be a mental challenge for them too. So and going against a team like Secret Shrine is not something you want to play around with, because of course they do have a very, very good macro. A good macro means a good roamer, and Art has been amazing on whatever heroes he's been using. The hero pool hasn't been never been a problem for him too, because he's good on those setting heroes, he's good on the pickups heroes, and he's also been able to play the healers from time to time. So it's kind of giving them a little bit of a lead onto this position as well. But the thing is, they do have a very, very great assassin onto their side. This is the difference between these 2 teams. One is more well versed on playing the assassins into the jungle and Yi Sin too. But for the side of Zohunt, they are more compatible when they play the utility into the jungle. So we're definitely going to be seeing two different kind of composition, two different drafts. It all comes down to how the mid control is going to be up for Zohunt that can lead them to the win. But the thing is, Bit is such a good mid laner, man. He's got a lot of hero pool, don't you think?
Certainly. I actually have no idea which hero in the mid lane he can't play. I have seen him play all the heroes in such proficiency, right? So that also kind of poses a threat towards the Zohunt as well, because he can be quite flexible into picking the utility mages like Zushin, the Novaria, the Yve is also out there, and he also has proficiency when he's about to pick the high burst mages. So they would be quite flexible as well, since they have such a wide hero pool. So for Zohunt, they kind of need to, bring up a master plan if they want to take down Team Sacred Shrine right now, because, as you said, they are in quite of a disadvantage given their, a little bit of a limited hero pool. So overall, maybe just target the heroes that they do not want to face off against, and just come up with a counter plan with the heroes that they might, force them to pick out.
Yeah, the thing is, Sacred Shrine, even though they are so good onto those macro plays and the objective fights and early games as well, they haven't been able to find a advantage, I would say, a win when they are put onto the utility. So I think they better stick to the assassins into the jungle, or even the Yi Sin, because once Satoru has been able to play that hero so well, and even on the losing sides that they have been, they are able to make that work out. So I feel like, Sacred Shrine, they do have ways to try to win out onto this kind of tournaments, onto this kind of gameplays, especially onto this best of 3 series, because even though you really want to go for the utility sometimes onto the draft, it kind of comes down to how much of a comfort your jungler is going to have onto those utilities. So that is something that Sacred Shrine have to also focus on. Just give the comfort into the hands of one, and he will be doing some stuff that can eventually make you win. So I feel like this is where the power of Sacred Shrine also rise. But the thing is, Zohunt is also a very, very close-knitted kind of players. They are good on the synergies. They are good onto those chaotic team fights. They want to have that early game. But we will see what the drafting is going to be looking like, because into the first game, here we go, into the drafting phase, ladies and gentlemen. Zohunt will be going into the first pick and Sacred Shrine for the second pick, which means that Zohunt does have ways to try to utilize that first pick and see what they can do about it.
Yep, certainly that. With Zohunt having the first pick, they quite have the advantage to, prioritize a hero, which they certainly want. And I feel like Team Sacred Shrine won't be, having the they won't be having to go through the difficulty of banning either the Lancelot or the Yi Xin, because as far as I know, Zohunt, they are quite proficient in the utility jungle. So assassins are kind of out of the question for their side. So unlike yesterday's match where they had to ban out the Yi Xin and the Lancelot altogether, they can focus on banning Dusty's hero. Like the Fredrin is out there. There's also the Akai. Akai not really in the need, but Fredrin, he might be, he should be kind of taken into consideration. He does.
It is. Fredrin always have to go when you go against Zohunt, right? You just do not want to give this hero away to Dusty. And of course, the Yi Sin is also out there. I feel like Zohunt needs to drop for the Yi Sin this time around, because the thing that I kind of noticed in their games is that Dusty hasn't been able to play his heroes quite often because of the ban list coming through almost all the time. The Baxia goes, the Fredrin goes, the Yi Sin goes away, and at one point he was also forced to play out the Lancelot too, which hasn't been able to find access across the board. So this time around, I feel like they should try to, give away, take away the Yi Sin and ban out the Lancelot here. But there's also going to be a lot of threats onto the side, because we cannot just ban it out either way. So okay, they still stick to the Lancelot ban coming through. The one thing that I'm actually worried about is they are the one actually banning out the Farsa and the Hayabusa together. So this kind of looks like a Yi Sin setup, but Secret Shrine, they did this so well.
Yep, certainly they knew what Zohunt would be going for, right? With limiting Vance Lancelot, they went to open Yishinshin out there. But then again, they do not want to fall right in the trap set up by Zohunt, so they just spam Yishinshin out. And CC has been top priority in the EXP for quite a long time, and it is quite understandable why she would be in the ban list out here. But I do like that they went for a Baxia as the first pick, supposedly for Dusty in the jungle position. So right now the question is, would Sacred Shrine go for a hero that would counter the Baxia, maybe someone with a true damage, or would they still pick out the assassin? Because with Hayabusa, Lance, and Yishinshin banned, there is not much good assassins that they can pick out.
For a real
so
fight.
Are they gonna be going for a utility jungle, just like Zohunt? Yes, but look at that though. One pick-off hero and one Tank Killer, the mage. Zushin is out once again.
The Zushin was actually a no-brainer, to say the least, because when the Baxia appears, the Zushin always appears into the mid lane. But the thing is, I would like bid onto a hero that can deal a certain amount of damage and not kind of utility. But then again, when you play your cards right into the early game for a Zushin, when you get all those Sky Pacer as well, you might be eventually turning the Zushin into a bursty mage, which is highly possible. But it's also a kind of comfort coming out from the hands of Art as well. He went for the Kalea, and I think he plays better on the pick of heroes, and I feel like this is more of his kind of hero. But the thing is, Zohunt, now that they have a good frontliners onto their side, they're gonna be needing a bursty mate. This is the part where they should pick out their mates and not have to fear it out to be banning again. But the thing is, one thing that Zohunt needs to do also is try to prioritize Prime's hero. He have to get his hero at that. But okay, there we go. They wanna go for the marksman first, which is a very, very incredible choice coming out from their side as well. And because of the immunity that she have, of course, it's also gonna be good against the player.
Yep, certainly. So 1-1 is quite a hard hero for you to counter, especially in the gold lane, because she's just too agile. She has a CC immunity as well, and once you pop out her crossbow of Tang, it's gonna be, she's gonna be immune to almost everything while she bursts you down. So 1-1 is one of the hardest marksmen to deal with, especially when you are facing off against a 5v5. With a team who has good synergy,
what's your command?
Who has, good follow-up and everything. And paired up with that Matilda, it's gonna be a hell lot of, work for them to capture as well. With the Matilda on the side, Kalea would be having a bit of a hard time as well, especially also the Zushin out as well, especially when she drags her teammates out from the stacks and also away from Kalea's range. So overall, I do like that an Arlot has been picked out as well. Seems like it's an EXP, but wait, Nathan against a 1-1. He does have range. He can stay away from 1-1 at least.
And he's kind of a hero that can also bring the purify too when push come to shove, and you can purify away the 1/1 smokes as well. So that's kind of good into the lane as well. But they have to focus on to the later part of this game. But now that they pick out the lot for the XP side, I feel like they might be eventually be able to do so. But looking at the bans coming through, this is kind of
This land is our
a very
homeland, and it
good,
will
I
soon
would say,
be our battleground.
Secret Shrine. Okay, the Lapu Lapu. I feel like Win has been the only consistent members player that I've seen in this tournament so far. So it is important for him to get his kind of hero, and the Lapu Lapu definitely fits in his playstyle too, which is definitely good because Secret Shrine they still have to respect and ban out the Masa. Yeah, the Masa cannot go into the hands of Win as well. So it's kind of like reading each other on paper. They know each other so well, but then the town pick might eventually be the closer of the side of Sacred Shrine because they are yet to pick out their mates. Because in this scenario, no, they are yet to pick out the jungle. And in this scenario, is the Suyo good or is there any other option?
There's a Joy open, but I kind of doubt they would go. But then again, if they pick up the Joy, then maybe. But no, another utility jungle for all of these, Basha and Lapu together. I was kind of expecting a Spork altogether because he does deal the true damage, and I think when there's a Basha, there's always an Spork or a Fortune altogether. So, all seems like Sacred Shrine was pushed into going utility by Zohunt. But then again, looking at all of these picks, the draft, right? What can I say? They have the zones. They also have the chase out there, but that Matilda is gonna be a bit of a problem because there's no other chase after her. So they kind of need to prioritize her in the early game at least.
I'm pretty sure they will be able to out against the Jushin, but it comes down to how the execution is gonna be. So let's head into the Land of Dawn, ladies and gentlemen. We will see the first round of this best of 3 series. Sacred Shrine will be going against Johan into this first match, and let's see who will be winning it out because I'm seeing crucifix names instead of Joe but it'll be fine, it'll be changed. This is not Crux, man. We have J-Wo onto the casting deck. So like already mentioned, the mid lane is always going to be prioritized by both of these teams because you really do not want to give away those mid bases into the early phases of this game because you do not want to give away all those visions and be choked down by it.
Yep. Eve is not having a really good time because of the range that Bit is providing with the Lantern Flare from Zushin altogether. So he's definitely putting the mid lane pressure right from the start, which leaves Art on his own so that he can rotate either in the gold lane or either invade the help with the vision, providing vision around the enemy buff as well, which is a really good start for Team Sacred Shrine, if I have to say. But Prime and Kelra, right? It's a battle of range and when you disengage from a fight because the threat of 1/1 is just too high, and with entropy from Nadan, it should be able. He should be able to at least sustain some of the damage. But right now, a lot of pokings are happening, and the turtles about to spawn soon as well.
Yeah, a lot of priority for the side of Sacred Shrine as well, but there's a window with level 4. Look at that, jumped.
Yep, certainly, but no casualties so far. Bit is quite low. Dusty Mizo takes the turtle before the first blood arrives in. The heals are coming from Kalea Romcom, but gets taken out in the hands of Yi. Wow. Followed by Art as well. Not a good start for Team Sacred Shrine, but Bit is trying to at least get one kill to get away Kelra from behind, but he is also low. Prime comes in as well. That is 3-4-0 trade, and Turtle in your side as well.
Oh my, this is actually bad for Secret Shrine. You do not really want to give away the first turtle into the hands of Zohunt because they're so good on utilizing the lead that they have under 5 minutes of those game. But eventually it was also a very, very great, very, very early rotation coming out from Kelra here onto the Natan. You do not really want to rotate out so early onto the Natan because you do not deal that much of damage to top lane.
Oof, top lane prime is really low, but he does get away. The entropy goes to waste though, but better safe than never. He could have bursted down, but he was just out of range too much, right? And a safe spot for prime right now. But then again, with the gold starting to get elite little by little, Team Sacred Shrine, they kind of need to pick up the pace as well. But Van Satoru, he needs a little bit of farm until he can, start engaging in team fights as of now. Same with Win and Romcom as well, but top lane.
Yep, Art just trying to give out a little bit of a reason. There might be a possible jump scenario there, but nothing else so much so far, because these are the kind of gold laners into the side of Sacred Shrine that wants to go for the later part of this game, and you do not really want to waste away your resources when the turtle is going to be up in about 10 seconds already. So this is going to be dire for Sacred Shrine as well. The zone potential coming in from a bit doing so well, but now Win is rotating up on top, trying to get into the turtle pit as well. Look at the start.
Yep, seen from the second turtle, we see Art having the Tsunami Slam. Van Satoru taking the turtle this time. Art gets taken out. It has a 1-1 out there. Insanity takes out Yeef. At least one kill secured by Team Sacred Shrine. But Romcom, he's in trouble. He gets chased out. Matilda is there. 1-1 is there. Dusty Mizo is also there. He gets taken down in the hands of 3 people. Not a good scenario, but they are trying to get at least the top tier turret a bit. But no, they do fail. So with the Matilda in hands, it's getting quite hard for them to catch up. And with Art dying a bit early in the team fights, he's not able to provide the heals out there.
Yeah, he's not providing the heals that is required as well, and already we can see that the 1-1 is actually going for the Corrosion side, but top lane is actually gonna be free. That's one turret down for the side of a Sacred Shrine. They will be able to take it down, secure it down so safely. But the thing is, the chaos in that team fight, I would give kudos to those XP laners when they were able to zone out the respective gold laners onto the backlines most of the time, but unfortunately for them, they weren't able to find their right footing. They were taken down into the process. But that fight, I feel like Sacred Shrine did gain out a little bit because they were the one actually having that lead, but Win.
Tsunami Slam catches when Romcom finally gets a kill in his name. With Win down, they can go for a little push in the bottom lane as well, but they are looking for another fight in the mid lane. Bait is out there with his lantern, but the stacks are not stacking right now. With the third turtle in their hands pretty soon, they are about to start positioning once again. Dusty Mizo going for bid this time, but falls into Romcom. Matilda onto the backline with her circling eagle. Yeef pops out her RWM as well, but a killing spree finds 1-1, and Romcom gets taken down. Last Insanity to get away from all that chaos. Art is out there, and Trophy popped out as well, but not inside the range. And Team Zohunt, they are still surviving. Same, but Dusty secures the turtle. That is 2 turtle against 1 for both the teams. And well, the follow-up, right?
That was amazing, I would say, because the initiation coming through from Dusty Mizo onto that box here was something that you gotta need, because he's the only person that can be able to take out the damage that's coming through, and you want Win to go into the backline much, but Family Blessing caught in a little bit of a dicey position right there, but he does have the Circling Eagle to have the ways to survive, and this is the nuisance that the Matilda brings in. You cannot really go in against a Matilda, even though the Purify was already wasted. There's no way you can take him in again. At one point, also even Art was trying to get a kill onto Family Blessing, but he wasn't able to. Just a waste of Tsunami Slam because of the Purifier available for the side of Family Blessing too. So I feel like this is a point where Zohunt are trying to get that momentum going on into their hands, but the Secret Shrine are actually not letting them in. Art.
Art finally jumps in, takes out Win with the Tsunami Slam, and then Trophy as well. But Art gets taken down, but Win does get out in the hands of Ronkom. Ven Satoru is quite in the middle. He gets bursted down by Family Blessing. Dusty Mizo is getting tossed around, but not enough damage from Bit to help him get away at all. Zohunt, they are quite low, but then again, there is no damage dealer for the side of Team Sacred Shrine as well. So they still get to live another day.
That was actually a perfect momentum coming up, but no release for both of the team yet. But look at that.
Wrong going in with the dashes though, but he was a bit too overextensive, if I have to say. The dash was not in the right direction, so he does get his life taken away once again.
You know, I feel like Bid in this particular scenario hasn't been able to, hasn't been taken down just because there's no threat of an assassin coming through from the side of Zohunt, and this is giving them a lead. But Win, look at that.
We might be proven wrong though, but Bid does maintain his distance while providing the damage from behind. Win gets taken out in the hands of Ven Satoru. That is a little bit of a clapback coming from Team Sacred Shrine. But then again, it is around the Lord. They do have their EXP down, so they might be able to go for the Lord while contesting because it's a 5 versus 4 situation. But who knows? 1-1 since she's popping out her crossbow of Tang, finds Bit, gets taken down. But then again, Yves is also down as well in exchange of Bid, and the heals are coming in pretty fast. Art is really low as well, followed up by Ronkom. But who will take the Lord is the question. Ven Satoru does take the Lord this time, but he might be losing his life, and that is, oh my goodness, 4 people down while contesting the Lord.
Oh my god, there was a lot of team fight coming through, and Prime, he was able to enter into those team fights with so much chaos, but he was able to get a lot of kills. But look at the Entropy used so much defensively, and actually Zohunt are the one having the chance to try to take down the mid lane turret, and this is going to be the game that they have with the 3 kills, the 4 kills that they were able to secure onto the Lord pit. But the Lord is eventually onto the side of Sacred Shrine, so they do have a little bit of space to farm. Already a lot of builds onto the hands of the 1-1 already. We have he got the Has clause, which means he was able to sustain a lot of damage coming through, and of course you're going to be needing that amazing blade to be able to survive the entropy coming through from Kelra most of the time. But even though Kelra, he does have a lot of farm into his hands, the Holy Crystal is what he's going to be needing on top of that Divine Glaive, which when he can get those, it will be actually amazing. But the thing is, there's also an Eve who's going to be so annoying to those team fights, because look at that mid lane. We might eventually be seeing something, but that's going to be the mid lane turret falling down. 1-1 turrets traded out by both of these teams. It's actually 50-50, I would say.
Yep, certainly. Still, no possibility of which team would be taking until the last moment, and I think that is much more exciting than just a one-sided match. So both the teams are quite well matched, and since they know each other quite a lot, it is more exciting to see all of the tactics that they use up. But then again, right now, I kind of feel like Sacred Shrine are a bit, falling behind when executing a team fight, because Art is the first one to that he keeps getting taken out quite early before any team fights start to happen, and that is kind of a drawback for Team Sacred Shrine right now, because all of the engages that Zohunt is doing, it lasts us a lot because they have all of these utility jungle and also a lava, which sustains a lot, right? And same with Eve as well. She is providing all the zone from her RWM already. So all that, One is also there to burst them down with her crossbow of Tang. So it's just hard for them to sustain even a bit with the roamer down, and Arlott, let's be honest, he does not sustain that much compared to a Lapu. So altogether, with the Lord spawning though, do you think it's gonna be the same scenario like last time, or do you think they would wait first?
I feel like, like a classic Zohunt style, they might eventually go for a little bit of a pick-off, but that was an initiation coming out from Art. The Purify was there into the hands of Family Blessing, so that's no Tsunami Slam for the side of Sacred Shrine, so this is the green light to go in. Look at that.
Oh, Dusty, look at that. The final sweep actually helped Dusty get away from all of the chaos with Keldra down all the way from the backline win. Look at that, targeting or Prime is targeting Bid as well. Bid is quite low, but the crossbow of Tang finds Van Satoru, gets a godlike Prime in his hands, a double kill for Art, with Art getting taken down. So a whole half of the team is down, and Zohunt, they might be looking to end the game out here, but
yeah,
they shouldn't be that hasty though.
They might not be able to, yeah, they do not have the minions, but yeah, there was a little bit of a misconception going out from Art. I do not really wanna think that he was targeting Family Blessing, because the only thing that he could target was him. It was onto the front lines, and you do not really want to take the boxer along with you, even though you want to do that thing. But yeah, it's not gonna be enough, because he's just gonna be using that to his advantage and pop out the turtle's response and get the team fights going on. And I feel like that just give them for Zohunt a green light to go for the classic kind of pick off, because whenever they try to go for the fights, they know that the retribution is the retribution competition is not gonna be into their favor. So they wanna go for the fight first, take down the members, make them less in number, and get the Lord safely. But now the Lord is marching into the mid lane. What can they do here?
The only thing that they can do is at least take down the Lord before he takes the inhibitor, which they do. But Ben Satoru, he might be in danger. He gets away with a sort of HP from 1-1, the crossbow of Tang. But then again, Matilda is trying to dive in the back lane. A bad idea, so she does back away. But he does back away once again, and Trophy used to back off. Bid used his ult as well, but a Tsunami Slam gets away with the help of Purify. Same thing, but Win, look at that though, he's trying to go all the way back. Artiblem gets casted out. Romcom, he is quite low, he gets back near the base. Art trying to defend all of his teammates, does get taken on once again, giving Legendary to 1-1. But then again, look at the amount of damage that he... Oh my goodness, a lot of damage popped out by Lapu as well. Keldra couldn't defend on his own in a blink of an eye. Zohunt gets the first win.
It's been a while since we have seen Zohunt into the victory side, so this is definitely going to be a celebratory moment. Well played coming in from the side of Zohunt, able to get their momentum right, able to play the amount of heroes that they can onto their hands. Look at Prime, man, he's onto the 1-1. This is a second pick 1-1, and he's given the fact that Zohunt were the ones who were consistent in banning the 1-1, now that they have the 1-1 in their hands, they're able to take the game so very easily. And I would say Zero Death's 1-1 is something you would say when you do not have an assassin onto the other side, or even an Irithel. You know, the Irithel was still available, but yeah, they didn't went for it. But then the Tan, I feel like I know what Sacred Shrine were trying to do. They want to drag the game to the later part of the later phases, so that the Natan can farm and get the burst on. But a lot of initiation coming out from Art most of the time, and of course we could see the final slices hasn't been enough to take down the members of Zohunt. And of course, now that you can see that Family Blessing is back into his form, he wasn't able to play so well to the previous matches that we have seen. So this time around, I feel like Zohunt can finally find their footing. But then again, Sacred Shrine, we know how consistent they are. So get the assassin onto Van and see what they can do about it into the second game.
Yeah, certainly Van does like assassins more than utilities. So yeah, but I get the sentiment of art having to go in the inside in the first place, because you do need to like go all the way inside to be able to target with your tsunami slam, but in that process he just gets taken out because the burst is just too much, and with the amount of sustain that they have, they are able to stun him out, and in that brief moment of stun he does get taken out quite often. And the thing is, the team can't really follow up because they are quite squishy as well.
Yeah.
So overall, that's a huge disadvantage when the tank goes down first before a team fight even starts to happen. So altogether, Zohunt, their whole first, I don't know, that keeping that 1-1 open was just too overwhelming, at least.
I would say that, and I feel like they were also kind of forced to ban out the CC because they do not want to give Win the CC to, and that just opened up one hero for Dusty Mizo to go for, and Debuxia was the best option as well, and he's so comfortable on that hero, and we can see how much of initiations that he can do onto that hero. Of course, that it was the only thing available for him as well, and they were able to use it. And I feel like this time around, Secret Shrine, maybe, just maybe they can try to ban away the Baxia too. Oh, wait, they are the first pick, right? So they can get the hands on their Lancelot too. I really like Lancelot. It's just so good against the Yisun as well. And it's so good against the utility, unlike other assassins. He's so good against the utility to able to outfarm most of the time, and does have a lot of mobility and the immunity to survive all those threats also. So I feel like Johan will be banning out the Lancelot again unless they want to play it, which I don't think they should be, because they are more comfortable on the utility into the jungle and a little bit of a support damage onto the roam, which they can do here right now. So Secret Shrine, yeah, it's their shots to go, get the assassin.
Yep. They need to get their hands on the assassin right now, because utility is not working out for them, and it's definitely out of their comfort zone, at least. So overall, back to the drafting phase with one match point onto the side of Zohunt, and Sacred Shrine actually having the first pick. They can definitely prioritize either of the assassins, the Yushin or the Lancelot altogether, unless Zohunt, bans both of them out.
Zohunt can ban out the Hayabusa and the 1-1 and maybe even the Lancelot too. They can let go of the Yisun because they do have ways. But actually, Secret Shrine are the one banning away the 1-1. I think Fate does play the 1-1, right? So I feel like they just do not want to have the 1-1 to the first pick because it can easily get countered. But yeah, there we go. Johan banning away the Hayabusa is something that's very consistent, and it's always their style of banning. The first one is still out there for grabs, and this time around, I really do want to see a burst teammate into the hands of Bit as well, because he's so good on that. Even though the Juicing worked well, it wasn't in the right composition. The Kalea and the Juicing combination may be good, but you do not have the burst, so that kind of give them a little bit of a back foot into the early stages of this game in comparison to the combination coming out from the side of Zohunt too. So what can they ban here?
Always on the way.
Oh, Matilda.
Certainly, the Matilda was quite a bit of a problem in the first match. So the 1-1 and Matilda, right? Both of them are quite the respect bands, if I have to say.
Because
but
I saved my nation from falling apart.
And the Yushin banning out. Either they're pushing to ban out, either they're pushing Van to pick up the Lancelot, or they're planning to ban all three of them all together. So we still don't know yet. But Secret Shrine, will they risk opening the Fredrine for Dusty, or will they pick up the Fredrine? There's two choices for them, but there are other threats, but
even the Bacta,
right? Consider which has the highest one.
Well, the Fredden can go here. I mean, like, the
Payback
Fredden can get
time.
banned, but they the Farsa, they do not want the Farsa again. Okay, this is a consistent ban coming from both the teams. Even though the Farsa is actually good, but you do not really want to pick up the Farsa into the first race because there's always a threat for the other side to go for the Gacha or the Lapu Lapu as well. There's a lot of ways to try to counter out the Farsa too, so I don't feel like they already they don't want to give it away or they do not want to pick it either. So the Fredden and the Bucks are open. So the assassin is already banned. So what is a Secret Shrine trying to go for? Because they can't exactly go the first pick assassin because the landslide might eventually get banned here. But if they ban out the
Thorns
landslide,
remain,
right, the
should
CC
petals fall.
can go into the hands of Secret Shrine. But I don't like rom-com on CCs, man. He's more well versed on those Arlots and stuff, but okay, he still stick with the CC. Okay, that's a good hero into the XP lane, so it's a winning side for the XP laner unless Win might eventually go for a crazy pick, you know, like the Yuzong.
Certainly that's possible. With CC Ronko picking up the CC, mostly in an XP you would want to
See
for
value
something
in
which
me?
sustains
You
in a
should.
team fight. But then again, CC is another case because she does melt out almost anyone who comes in her way. So overall, with her curtain call, she does have a bit of a CC as well. So that is one, one advantage of having a CC. And with Dusty picking up the Fredrin, he does have a bit more, possibility to deal to deal damage to him as well. So it's kind of a win-win situation, unless it's Dusty on Fredrin, so they kind of need to be a bit more extra careful as well. But then again, this time Granger being priority of Prime, he does like to play out the Granger, and nonetheless, Granger is still quite good.
Tail's been itching for a real fight.
They still go for Kalea.
Again,
still a pick-off hero.
I feel like more they're targeting the Kalea and the Tan combination. I thought that Killer would go for the Moskov here this time around, but they wanna still play the controlling kind of thing that they won into the first game. But it's gonna be a little bit harder now than ever because they give away the Fredrin. They do have to wait. Are they trying to set up a box here for themselves onto the hands of Van Satora? Maybe
Sir,
there's a possibility
what's your command?
because if the Boxa is there, it can eventually be good against the
Oh my goodness.
Fredrin. The Boxa is good against the Fredrin, but of course the Fanny has to go. I feel like the Fanny is not really a meta, but yeah, onto the hands of good players. Insane players, insane users of Fanny can be still deadly. So you do not really want to give it away, and it can be giving Eve a little bit of a red zone most of the time. So this is a safe play coming out from Zohunt. They are sticking to their comforts most of the time, but Secret Shrine, what can they ban here? They can ban the XP laners, right? Or what are the choices? Gotcha?
They certainly do. Banning out the XP is a wise decision. Maybe ban out the Phobius as well, which Phobius gives CC a bit of a hard time in the EXP. So they can ban that out, or maybe go for a Hilda ban like the last time. But a Kadita ban. Did not see that coming since...
Me neither.
Because Bit is not quite known to use Kadita out of nowhere. So overall, that might be a wasted ban, but then again, better safe than sorry, right? So overall, 4 assassins and 1 mage, which is also an assassin. That is quite a ban out here.
Almost 5 assassins, right?
Almost 5.
I'm worried now for Van. Is he going for the Xbox again or the Bucks? Yeah, there's a limited choice of assassins. You cannot really go to Zoe here, and it's gonna be bad to the Florian ban away. Johan, they do have the, if they wanna double down the madness, they can go for the Angela too into the hands of family blessing. It can work together with the Fredrin here, so they can definitely go for that. But maybe they do have another option. Family blessing likes to go for the damage into the room most of the time as well, so they can really work out. But it's not as tanky. If the Fredrin is not as tanky as the Baxia, but them completely ignoring the Baxia and banning out the Kadita, it's where we can see that they want to give a lot of space for the Yves. They want to play inside the hitbox that he will be providing, which they were able to successfully do so. And the slowdown coming out from the Yves and
This
the
land is our
constant attacks
homeland,
coming out from
and
the
it
Grand
will
might
soon
eventually
be our
be the
burial
best thing
ground.
that they can combo it with. And another Lapu Lapu we're going to be seeing again into hands of Win. This guy doesn't joke around. He really, really want the sets, and he really, really want to go for the backlines again.
Yep, certainly backline is his priority. And, why not? Because the Lapu Lapu last time, it worked out so well with going
Yeah.
onto the backline, especially there was a Nathan, there was a mage altogether, which he could, grab at all times because they were quite lacking the mobility altogether. And with all of the stuns and the damage that Lapu Lapu provides, why not go for it once again? Because the plan just worked out. So
The Immortal One
just
chose me to
use
vanquish the
it
shadows
until
that
it
plague
fails.
this
And when it
world.
fails, just turn into another site. But Valentina this time for the Eve, hope maybe. And Suyo does make his appearance out. But forced to play another utility kind of
Rocks
jungle.
need no protection
Again,
from the
and
rain.
Basha, wait,
What? Don't
wait,
crazy.
Basha Rome. Oh my
Basha Rome.
goodness, they're not letting go of
Basha
Basha
Rome.
either.
Why give it away when you can have two metas into your hands, two jungly kind of heroes? So the Fredrin plus the Baxia. I would have thought that that Secret Shrine could have go for the Baxia, but they had a second thought. Against the Eve, you can't really play the utility that well. It kind of gets shut down quite a lot against the Eve, so the Suyo was the next best thing. You cannot really go for the Joy, and all the assassins that can possibly into the hands of Vaughn is already bad away, so the next best thing was what they are going to be picking up. Zohunt and doing this so well into the drafting phase, and I'm kind of liking the drive of both of these teams so far, because even though Secret Shrine lacks out onto the damage onto the early game, they do have a ways to set up for the late game. But the question is, will Zohunt drag them to the later part of this game, because they have a lot of composition which is good onto the early game.
Yep, that is a question for the future. But as of now, I need to get off. But Crucifix will be joining in my place. If Crucifix, Crux, if you are here, do respond to my call, or I'm just gonna take your place even in this match as well.
Heyo, Zabo, I'm back.
Yep.
What's up?
Okay, there we go.
Yep,
it's back.
Crux is here, so I gotta dip.
Definitely. But yeah, it was a good day to have Jo into the first game, but Crux is back right now, because look at that. The Steamies are in trouble, Crux.
Oh my god, look at that. He might actually be in... he's not in trouble. What do you mean, Debbie? I think he's gonna... be fine. I think he's gonna be totally fine. Art is kind of like doing the art of, surprise. He's doing the initiation. He's gonna get the kill. But Ranger uses regeneration. Split second decision. Gets the hell HP back and is able to escape. Oh, dude, that was surprising. I thought he'd die. But no, he's got another plan. But instead, look at that. Kalia, Art is trying to get into Dusty Mizo's face. And nothing much is going to happen. Forget it. Forget it. Absolutely forget it.
Well, okay, that's a lot of damage into the mid lane. Wasted Summer. It's going to be wasting a little bit of his HP, but one flicker down into the hands of Art. He was trying to get a kill so much onto Prime, but there's also another flicker already burnt away by Mr. Kellera here from India. So we're going to be seeing a lot of resources already used up by the side of Secret Shrine. They are so aggressive into this game, given the fact that they weren't able to get the early game into the first game. This this time around, they are trying to do their best to get that early game momentum and do not give the first turtle into the hands of Zohunt. But look at that. The position is also good, but Family Blessing, he is very low.
Oh, but look at that. Vance through is not actually jumping around. He gets the turtle. First turtle of the match. Retribution slam. Tsunami slam, I mean. Okay, Fredrin just bombed, and first blood goes to... Oh, okay. First blood. Dusty Measle gets first blood, but that is a total chaotic team fight that just erupted just now. We saw a lot of people going down, and one more will be going down. It's Win. He will not get the win in that team fight. Romcom will soon follow him to the grave.
Yeah, Win... This time around, I think he did get the kill. That's important. Taking down one Satoru has to be the memo, has to be what his bucket list has been taking. Like, yeah, he doesn't care if he dies or not. He just gave away his life to get the kill onto the jungler, which is absolutely what you can go for when you are onto the XP lane. But 3x3 under 3 minutes of this game, this is a game of brawl. Look at the ton.
Oh, Taunt is not going to stop Art, but he's going to go back. He's going to use the Tsunami Slam, bring them back into the tower. But look at that. Art is going to go down first. Ultimate drop. The world manipulation is just going to be the death sentence for her. And look at that. Family Blessing is able to actually escape, even though he was Tsunami Slammed into the tower. Tier 1 mid side.
Crux, these people are making you work. This is a very, very brawly early game we are seeing so far, and it's just 3:36 minutes of this game. And look at Dusty Measle trying to get something out of it. Maybe he will not be able to get it, but the tire is trying to get something here. Given the vision, there's not much that Art can do at this scenario because there's a lot of tanky frontliners into the hands of Zohunt, and the only person that he could get is Wasted Swimmer, and he is on the Purify too. So it's gonna be very, very dire, and it's gonna be very dire for Romcom to set up for his team. But then again, he's on the CC. But Art trying to look for something here again. But Zohunt's so good in stopping him on his tracks.
Fair enough. The second turtle of the match is spawned in, though, Debbie. I think that there's going to be a team fight right before it. Look at that, though. Tsunami Slam? Oh, no, it's not going to be a Tsunami Slam. Instead, it's going to be a massacre for Romcom. First blood. Dusty Measle follows, and that means a surefire turtle for them. Look at that. The Win is trying to go for the back line, and I think it's not going to work out. Tsunami Slam on Family Blessing, and that will be Art's death. Bid going for more, I think. I think he will be going down. Lands it through. Is there for Seps. Okay, both the junglers are down. Bid is going to go down too. Family Blessings gets the kill. Beautiful stuff. I'll be very honest with you. But now, since both the junglers are down, I don't think anyone's going to go for the turtle. Family Blessing might actually have an idea or two, but he's not got the damage. Dusty Measle's back. He's going to go for the turtle, and that will be my second turtle. But for the side of Team Zohunt.
Of Team Dusty Measle, right? Yeah, I know what you're going to say. But yeah, he was like... the timing that he was back was perfect on time, and once a total, that was actually a very greedy move. Trying to get down Faden when you could have survived for so long, and given a kill onto the hands of Prime is not the best case scenario you want to do. This is a Granger. You do not want to give him the stacks, you do not want to give him the equipments, but okay, look at that.
Another team fight, Tsunami Slam, maybe? No, it's going to be Win. With the Win, the stun missing, and he gets a lot of spell vamp from that, so he's able to survive for a moment's notice. Art is kind of confused as to what to do now. He just jumps in on the wall and then crashes down on the bush. I think Romcom has an idea of an engage, but Bid is overextending. He steals the ultimate from the Yve. That means... well, real world manipulation is going to happen 2 times this match. Look at that. We might not see something exciting, but we will see a death. We will see Art going down. Dusty Measle gets the kill. Real world manipulation from Zohunt used up, but Sacred Shrine have the real world RWM on their side too. They have the RWM too. They have the RWM too, so I'm kind of worried if they might actually turn it around.
That's a very, very good initiation coming in. Look at that, another kill onto the hands of Vin. That was a bit falling down again, not able to do anything about it because he's more on the utility than the damage that he's more comfortable on. The top lane as well, Von, a 1v1 situation. Who will win out? Okay, that's just a retribution wasted though.
Oh, but there's going to be a free tower from the mid lane. Tier 1 is down. Debbie, I think the pressure from Zohunt is a little too much for Sacred Shrine to actually deal with. The ultimate from the Fredrin used to clear the wave, so that top lane Tier 1 is also taken out pretty fast. Everyone's shifting to the bot lane to actually put more pressure. Dude, this is actual good stuff.
Actual good stuff, and we can see now that they have a lot of control onto the map as well. This is definitely going to be a free turtle, and the only thing that Avanza Turtle can do is try to play out the long lanes, and he has to be the one doing it. But the thing is, they want their jungler to farm, and look at that, a very good interaction coming in from Zohunt as well. They are giving out the Granger. That's turtle, you know, you really want to do that when you have a Granger onto your side, because you do not really want to, you know, let him behind onto the stack through. Okay, now there's an invasion coming through. There's not a lot of fight, but Family Blessing wanting to look for something, but it might just be the turret.
I think he's just rolling around. He's like taking Optimus Pride, saying, let's roll out! Quite literally. Look at Art, though. He catches Dusty Mizo. 4 versus 1, and he will be taking out Dusty Mizo out of the picture. Family Blessings right after him will follow. But look at that. The RWM is going to secure the kill on Bid, and Win, actually Win gets the secure on Bid and Romcom. Both of them down now. I love to see that the RWM provided the utility and zoning that stopped them in their tracks.
And this is the priority of, you know, the Eve, right? You are so good on the zoning potential and the range, and it's kind of a new kind of Versa, but also a lot of damage too. But if we focus onto the build also, he already got in the glowing one, which is going to be the anti-heal, as well as the butterflies. It's gonna be dealing a lot of damage on the backlines too, and there's not much of a response coming out from the side of Sacred Shrine just yet, because the only way that they can get through the Eve is if Ark can go into the backlines with a Tsunami Slam, but he isn't able to find that because there's a... Okay, might be something here.
Oh, another team fight, a Tsunami Slam right into the base. Not gonna help though. That's gonna be a 2-kill for the side of Team Zohunt. 3 2-kills. I'm gonna be honest with you. That Tsunami Slam actually settled their fate. Look at Romcom trying to actually get some damage on, well, Yves, but that's not happening because, well, nobody's there to actually back them up. And literally everyone from Zohunt are together. They're playing with the idea that it's a team game. And I love the fact that they are actually putting up all the effort that they can to make sure Sacred Shrine are struggling. First floor of the match spawning in, Debbie. Do you think that Sacred Shrine have any chance of taking it?
Yeah, I mean, this is actually gonna be hard, because look at Family Blessing, man. He's rolling all over the places, and there's no way that Romcom will be able to penetrate through all those walls. And yeah, that's gonna be the Lord taking really... This is what you do, what you have when you have a roly-poly onto your side, and this is what Family Blessing has been doing quite a lot. And I'm kind of, surprised that he's back to his form, because the last few days he wasn't able to perform so well on any heroes that he's put into, but onto the Bucks here today, and the Matilda also, he was able to do so well. Look at the stacks coming through from the Granger too. He is gonna be hurting quite a lot, and he will be able to spam the Rhapsodies and the Death Sonatas, and also with a stack onto the Sky Piercer, he might be necessarily going for a lot of damage as well. And yeah, when you have these kind of front lines onto your side and a free hitting Granger, that's about to, be creating havoc to the other side.
Definitely, dude. Sacred Shrine are struggling really hard. I think Vance and Thuru getting the top tier 1 from Zohunt under their noses was actually a good idea, but look at the new team fight that's going on. Win is jumping in. He's going to take Valentina down. Bid is down. Family Blessings following up. Win is going to get taken out for his illicit jump in. Family Blessings taken down too, because Romcom had no idea of just letting him freely move around anymore. He's like, no, you're not an Autobot. You're not going to roll out.
There's like, this rolls, this tire coming up from the backside is too much for them to handle, man. It's just, okay, he did fall down once, so that's definitely going to be giving them a little bit of a breathing space. But look at Vance Toro's position here. Look at that.
Oh, Granger. Oh, Granger is actually going to be... Oh, Prime is actually going to be safe. But Dusty Mizo is not going to be safe at all because he's going to be taken out first. Because there were 4 people from the side of Team Sacred Shrine, and they were going to take him out either way. Here comes the Rolls Royce of Moba Legends trying to take down Avancithuru, but not happening.
Right.
Instead, we see that Kelra actually got a tower in the mid side, opening up the map for them. Dude, I think Sacred Shrine are picking up. I think, Zohunt might have actually had the advantage in the early game, but now it's kind of like falling short as soon as Nathan started getting the farm.
Zohunt, man, what? Yeah, they shouldn't be throwing the game this time around because they have an Atan who's able to get the farmed. And of course, Kelra with just one day, okay, that's another set to Art.
Oh, Tsunami Slam is not going to save ya, but that Rom-Com's going to get a kill. Look at Art trying to jump in even more. He's so in it. He's trying to get some kills, but Prime gets the kill on Art. But Family Blessings go down in the process. Top lane, Vancithuru gets the kill on the tower. Not the kill, I mean. The tower taken out, and, well, Fredrin, Dustin Mizo actually kind of like postpones his death with the ultimate, but Granger also does his work. He gets Kelra out of the picture. Prime doing Prime stuff.
Yeah. That's a trade out onto the top lane. I think that's just one kill that that get the kill onto the turret that they needed here. But a lot of initiation coming out already from the side of Sacred Shrine, and they were able to find a lot of kills onto the boat whenever there's a initiation coming out from Art 2. This time around, they might eventually be able to contest this Lord. But the thing is, Zohunt is not trying to blitz it down just yet because Win, he does have the bravest fighter. He's going in. Look at that.
Oh, there comes the Tsunami Slam, but absolutely no use. Art going to get taken out. Prime gets the kill, though. Rom-Com gets the kill on Dusty Mizo. Lord for the side of Team Sacred Shrine. Bid is the one who secures it, and look at that. I think Rom-Com is a little too in deep, and he will be taken out pretty fast. Prime will get the kill on Rom-Com, but look at that. Kelra is there, and Bid gets the kill on Prime, and also Yves is down, but look at that, dude. Win's ultimate was copied, and Valentina Bid is not going to escape from that at all.
Yeah, Bid has to bid the goodbye. I really wanted to say that. But yeah, he is gonna be wiped out. I mean, Secret Shrine, they will be wiped away, but they do have the Lord into their side, marching up onto the top lane. This is all into the hands of Vansatoro. He was able to find all those towers onto the top lane. But Divine Glyph already under the hands of the Eve. Wasted Summer will be dealing a lot of damage into the meantime against the frontliner too, which is what he is used for. But the thing is, fleeting time into the hands of Art. He just wanna go in most of the time, which means that he really wanna use that Tsunami Slam as much as possible. Win might be in trouble.
Oh, dude, look at that. Win is trying to escape with the ultimate, but he will actually escape. Oh, dude, that stun was perfect. He timed RWM, getting the kill on Vancithuru, and also Rom-Com. We're a little too far ahead of team, and all of their team was actually trying to push mid lane tier 2, but, well, Zohunt just got free 2 kills, dude. You're not trading good. That's not a good trade.
That was actually very questionable, right? Again, you really don't have to initiate onto the most tanky members on the side of, not the most, but the tanky member for the side of Zohunt. But then again, look at a Family Blessing taken down very low.
Oh, dude, look at that block from Fredrin. Here comes the Tsunami Slam from Art, but that's not going to save him. He's going to go down. Prime gets the kill. Family Blessings is tanking too much damage. I think that's illegal. Is he actually
illegal, man? It's a snowballing box here, right? And he did have the Winter Crown that he wasn't even scared to dive in under the turret, so he will be able to survive with the Winter Crown too. The turret shots will not be dealing any damage onto him too. That's a safe recall. No members falling down for the side of Zohunt, but Sacred Shrine, they are struggling just a little bit, and of course, forcing out, I feel like Vansatoro is just trying to do all those split pushes and trying to get an ambush, but most of the time, Zohunt are always sticking together. The only person alone is Win most of the time. But when they try to engage on Win, he is able to survive all the onslaughts coming through them. This is kind of the downside you have when you have a utility into the mid lane, but then again, you can have it because they do have the Natan. But the thing about Secret Shrine is that they want to drag this game to the later part of this game, but Family Blessing spotting out Vansatoro.
And he gets two, wheels rolling on that's through his face. But then again, it's just gonna chase him away. Second Lord of the match spawning in. I think it's gonna be okay, but no, it's not going to be. Big gets the kill on Heave, and look at that, they're moving for more. And I think Zohunt is in trouble, very bad trouble. Kalra gets the kill on Family Blessings, and Dusty Mizo is next on the chopping block. He will be forced back, but no escape for you. You have HP based damage, and that's not gonna save you. Vance through doing all the carrying, and look at that. Romcom is pressurizing. Art coming in with a tsunami slam. Oh, that's the final member, and win will be taken now. The team Zohunt is not going to get the win, especially with win getting taken out. But
wow, Nathan, I would say it's Nathan's work. When you have a Nathan, you want to drag the game for so late that when you get the team fights, you'll be able to get the damage done. And this is exactly what Circuit Shrine were planning to do since the first minute of this game. Romcom onto the MVP, but I would say it was all such a good team fight coming in, a good decision making. They know that Family Blessing was trying to force out the retribution for Wansadoro. They were planning to get the Lord for Johan, but now that they know that the Turtis Bushans was actually wasted, they have the green light. They do not have the healing. They do not have the anti-heal onto their side, so they will be able to get and win out to the team fights. And now that Kelra already have full build onto his hands, they know that they will be able to burst down whoever they initiated on an art until the later part of the game was able to get it. The Thunder Belt might eventually be a very questionable build coming out from Kalea until the late part. You want to build into the early stages, but then again, we'll never know what these players can do. They are so well versed in what they are playing and to the itemization as well. But yeah, that was a very, very good match, I would say. You would thought that Johan will be winning, but Secret Shrine, that was a very, very great crowd back, and we are getting game 3, Crux.
Oh man, I'm gonna be honest with you. That late game Thunderbelt from Kalia, not really the best solution for most cases. I'll be very honest with you. But then again, Fredrin is a hero that actually, does well with the Thunderbelt. Actually, you can use the first skill and then use the basic attack with increased range to stack up the Thunderbelt. You're basically a marksman. Kalia, again, instead of that, Thunderbelt, she could have just gone for the immortality, kept the survivability up, and actually had a fighting chance. But either way, they actually did do a lot for their team. Like Art, of course, he did a lot for his team. The sets were amazing, and I love to see the game that actually unfolded for Zohunt's side.
Yeah, I mean, they did well, man. The early game, it's like, I feel like it's just a good macro coming in from the side of Secret Shrine. That was such a fun match that we have witnessed, and 1-1 onto the score means that we are going to the final game. And of course, we love going best of threes because you do not really want to see clean streaks, which we did yesterday because it wasn't really much of a 50-50 game, but this time around we are excited to see that we are going to be having the third game. So maybe the mix was right. Get Vansatoro on his assassins and you'll be eventually getting the win. And I think Sacred Shrine know what they can do about this, and they are using it. They are abusing it. They weren't scared to give away the Fredrin or the Baxia because they have the Natan. So is there a possibility that we are going to be seeing a Natan ban, or are they going to be giving it away again?
I don't think it's going to be banned anytime soon. You can actually counter Nathan pretty easily. Natan, Nathan, same thing. Potato. Anyways, you can actually keep that guy open, and you can completely shut him down if you've got good, macro in terms of actually jumping in on the back line. But with a Fredrin, you really don't have that opportunity. You got to make sure you are in the front line. You are standing in front of the team so that the damage that comes from the enemy does not reach the back line at all. So you couldn't do that with a Fredrin. Instead, you could go for something like an assassin that was actually better to actually deal with, Valentina and maybe like Nathan pretty easily, actually.
Yeah. That also actually, I feel like they struggled just a little bit just because of the pick, but they were actually manifesting to go for the later part of this game because they know that they can trust on the town well. They have a lot of sets onto the sides too, and yeah, it wasn't even a mistake coming out from Johan, right? It was more of a Sacred Shrine doing better in that last team fight, they know that two of the tanky frontliners were in the vicinity, so they directly went for the backline. So Wasted Summer busted down very easily. He is not on the Flicker, he is on the Purify, which gave them a little bit of a momentum too. He wasn't able to get the RWM on point, and there was almost always a downfall for the Sacred Shrine. And they were able to see that they were able to do the perfect targeting onto Wasted Summer, and when he's down, they just get in, and they got Prime, and they got all the members, all the frontliners, because of course it's in a ton. He's already gotten the Divine Glaive, and he was able to burst out the frontliners most of the time. Even if you are a Boxer, or even if you are a Fredrin, when he is free hitting, he's gonna be falling down too. So a lot of macro plays coming in this game. It was a long game, but now that we're going to be going into the spot game, we might eventually be seeing another 4 respect bans coming through from the side of Zohunt. They are always consistent on banning away all the 4 assassins from Van.
I mean, Van might actually have it rough, but he's just proven with Suyu that he's actually pretty good with any assassin, fighter, anything you want to put in there. But the main thing is, I'll be very honest with you, if at all Zohunt want to win, they've got to make sure that they've got someone who can actually hit the backline. Prime, when he played the Granger, it was a good play. Most of his plays were really good, but he was mainly hitting all of the frontliners. And, well, let's just face it, Valentina killing both just killing both Yves and, well, Prime. It was just so heartbreaking to see in the late game. That was just terrifying. Having both of your damage dealers just taken out before, they had a chance to retreat. No, that's not what you want to see.
Yep. And ever so consistent onto the ban on the Hayabusa. Zohunt now into the first pick, and we're going to be going into the drafting phase. This is game number 3, the deciding of this best of 3 series, and it's going to be dire for both of these teams. Especially for Zohunt, this is their first game and first match, and they already lost 2, so this is going to be very, very dire for them to win it. Now that they have the first pick, Sacred Shrine always going to be banning away the 1-1 right now, because into the first game they know what Prime can do onto this hero. And then the Kalea ban. Okay, just ban out the heroes that you're spamming. Art, you're not getting your hero anymore. But Sacred Shrine, are they going to be banning the Fredrin, or are they confident enough to try to counter it again?
I don't think so, to be honest, because Fredrin is a hero that can be countered pretty easily. And previous match, like what we saw, it was kind of like easily countered. You've got a bunch of damage numbers coming up. Fredrin's not going to be tanky enough to actually deal with it, especially not with the brute force breastplate, not with the Oracle. He's not going to be tanky enough to deal with it. If you want to get a maybe Thunderbolt in the early game, it might actually stack up later on, and you might actually get a good amount of defense with that.
Thorns remain.
Again, it's always a matter of, it's questionable matter. Fredrin, though, it's pretty easy to actually stack up. I'm talking about that, though. We're jumping back into the banning, and we see Romcom CC getting banned. You don't want to see Romcom actually just destroying the backline, especially not with the CC, dude. Previous match, dude, he was on fire. But look at that. Lance brought another noteworthy ban. He's got to have that fire kind of, extinguished now, because I think Moonton actually overbuffed him with that little puncture buff.
That's right, and he's so amazing onto the jungle against utility or assassins. But the Yisensin ban might come true here for Sacred Shrine, but there's a lot of options now. This is the beauty of, if it's beauty or I don't know, of a best of 3 series. You kind of ban out the meta heroes into the first game, but then the game lengthens, and you're gonna be banning out the heroes, respected heroes onto your other side. You do not really want to give it away or try to counter it too. So no Fredrin ban still. They want to prioritize onto the Yisensin much more than the Fredrin, because looking Zohunt did look like they are setting up for the Yisensin, but of course Sacred Shrine is going to be consistently banning it. But the advantage is that they do still have the Varsa, but you cannot really go out the first phase to Varsa. Sacred Shrine can go the Varsa here, but they also have the Juicin though. Can they go for the Juicin against the Baxia? Because it's still there, it's still good. The Baxia can either go into the room or into the jungle as well.
I just had a shower thought just now. Well, Baxia has this damage nullification with this passive, right? It's flat amount of damage from the nullification. Do you think Zushin's Lantern Flare does any damage to him at all? It's just a
That's
shower
all.
thought. I want you.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Jushin is just picked off not for the damage, but to not get him into the position. So, okay, there we go. I think first eye is much of a safer choice. You can pick up the first eye very early as this, because she's also a good hero against the Jushin, or even against the Eve, which Zohunt has been consistently picking up. Faden hasn't been letting go of that hero, but the Jushin is still available, but I don't think you really want to go for the Jushin here this time around. There's a lot of options, or maybe try to prioritize Prime Zero first. He can go for the Moskov, but the Moskov is gonna be struggling against these two picks coming already from the side of Secret Shrine. I feel like the Grander can also be an option, but okay, the Matilda was completely open, but okay, he still went for the Moskov despite the picks already coming in from the side of Secret Shrine. I think it's more of a comfort Crux. I feel like I can't hear him, but yeah. Maybe he went off. Yeah, what's with people leaving me, man? But never mind. I'm joking, guys. The thing is, Secret Shrine, do you want to prioritize onto Van's hero, because he gets banned out into the first game also, into the second game also, but there are no big options. Okay, the Fanny the Fanny is still a valid choice, but they can't go the Fanny here against the Bucks. Yeah, it's not really a good hero.
This land is our homeland, and it will soon be
Lapu
our burial ground.
Oh, okay, that's actually a safer choice to go for.
Yeah, especially after that buff on Lapu Lapu. Oh, well, even though he got nerfed a little bit on the numbers side, he got a 10% reduction on the damage reduction. I think he's still pretty busted, actually. He still gets a lot of defense. No, actually, damage reduction. Well,
Sir,
if he hits multiple targets, so I think it's a valid pick. Zushin and Fanny getting banned are no surprise at all. I just had that shower thought, by the way. It was just a random thought that just popped into my mind when Boxia's flat number thing came up and Lantern Flare doing a very minimal amount of damage. I think it might not do any damage, but the crowd control is pretty prominent. I'll be very honest with you. Zushin always has that spot in the meta. Well, I wonder what they're going to ban next. I think the mages is what they're prioritizing, because obviously Zohunt don't really have a mage selected up until now. And I think keeping Bid on his toes is going... No, I mean, not Bid.
Night Sky tells all.
What is his name? The mage, Wither.
Faden,
yes, thank you. My bad. I just blanked. My mind just blanked. But then again, having Faden and having him, have a limited amount of heroes to pick. Oh no, I was wrong. Okay, after all of that thinking, I was wrong. It was an EXP laner, Esmeralda, getting banned.
No. I feel like it's more of giving Lapu Lapu a little bit of a space than banning out the heroes for Faden. But the thing is, the Khaditas actually open, but I don't know if they want to go for the Khadita in this scenario. They can go for the Khadita though, but Sacred Shrine, I think they need to see what assassins or what jungles they gonna go first and pick out their mates very early on. But the Xbox ban has to be there because you are playing the Baxia. But the Baxia is into the jungle. Van can pick it up anytime soon, even though they did not find success into the first game. It was doing quite well with the true damage as well. And most of the time, you're going to be seeing a Xbox against a Baxia because of the true damage. Okay, there we go. The Suyo being picked away again. Sacred Shrine. I feel like, the Suyo is more used as a speed pusher or a macro player. The macro factor for the side of Sacred Shrine more than the damage dealer for the side for against Zohunt, and they were able to find that way. But this time around, Zohunt does have their macro advantage too, because now they have the Moskov who can play the long lanes most of the time and get into the team fights with the ASODs if he connects it. But there's 2 picks left. What can they go for?
Oh, it's a Uranus. I'm going to be honest with you. That guy is chunky. He's beefy. He's everything that you need. But only thing is, he does not have the CC that you need in your team. Well, with the Matilda, you got the escape route. You got a dedicated escape hero. Well, I think Like you said, it's going to be a Kadena pick from the side of Team Zohunt. They've got burst. That means Larsa has to be on her toes every single time. No feathered airstrikes without thinking twice. But the Uranus, though, I really want to talk about how prominent Uranus has gotten after the buff, especially with the first skill. He's gotten damage, plus based on, obviously, your Radiant stacks. Now, he's absolutely tanky, and he does more damage based on how much, Radiance you've got. Basically, get punched in the face, and then you can do more damage. That's like masochistic, but still, it's a crazy little mechanic that Emoton implemented. Pretty good, I'm going to be honest with you. But now for the, marksman pick,
Sniper
I think
ready.
having a
Give me
carry
a
would be
target.
important to actually deal with the and it's going to be a Leslie. I've not seen her at all in a while. Leslie, though, she's been prominent in the ranking system above Mythical Glory. She's always had a
This
spot
land is
now.
our homeland, and it
Recently,
will
of course,
soon
not
be our
before.
burial
Before
ground.
she was not. Now she's got that camouflage state shield that allows her to be 0.5 seconds immune to any damage and keep the shield, the camouflage state
Payback
pretty good.
time.
I say Abaxia might actually have some trouble, but not with the Twilight armor. I think Zohunt know that, and they can actually use that against Leslie. But, well, they should have just gone for the carry, I'll be very honest with you.
I don't know, man, but I like the Leslie. I'm not sure why, but I like the Leslie to lane against the Moskov, though, because he's not going to be able to target the Leslie with the camouflage states with the Spear of Misery most of the time, but it does comes out to how well the laning phase is going to be for both of these players. The micro is going to be very, very, very prominent into this game, especially into the gold lane side. I do not really care about the XP lane because they are all for objective, but this Versa needs to have a Purify so that he'll be able to survive the Kadita. But there we go. Game number 3, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be the deciding match mid lane. Already a lot of damage wasted. Summer is going to be toned down pretty low, but Prime actually struggling just a little bit against the Leslie.
Oh, I kind of actually expected Prime to have the upper hand, but look at that.
No.
First, Litho Wanderer being taken by Advance through. Not going to be, I'm not going to actually say this, but really, you don't really want to actually put Boxy in a very peculiar situation in the early game. He's got, damage reduction, but it's not that much. Oh, look at Kelra sneaking up that grab from Moskov's nose. He pushed it. Kelra just put a little bit of a bullet in that grab, and boom, it's just taken.
Boom, man, that's a steal with the stealth. Yeah, that's what I did. Steal with the stealth. But okay, there's a little bit of an advantage for Art here onto this Vadang. They have a priority onto the mid side, getting control of this reverse side because they know this turtle is going to be important for their jungle, especially against a hero like the Baksa. Look at the stun.
Look at that. Purify was taken away from Family Blessings. That means he's going to get taken out with the shield. Of course, the wall that Badang created. There was no escape route. And Vanzathuru and, Art, they just sealed his fate. Family Blessings going back to the base before the first turtle spawn. Not really good. You're actually feeding Vanzathuru a little too much. But then again, Leslie is clear farming in the top lane, making sure that the minions are to her side, while her team makes sure that they get the turtle. Well, most probably, because Dusty Mizo is actually looking in for taking the turtle, but he resets it instead, and he is kind of like distracted because of Art being right there. He's rolling around like a Rolls Royce, but I think he's not going to actually jump in. He is going to jump in. He gets caught by the wall, lands through, gets the turtle, and there comes a feathered airstrike. There comes a big bullet from absolutely nowhere, Spear of Destruction, I believe, and he comes in. Prime is right there for the team fight. Badang's wall has stopped him. Art is doing his work, but Vanzathuru, who's doing too much damage to win, forces him to go back, and he lives to see another day. I think. Okay, Family Blessings is not gonna. He is going to, and there comes. He gets the takedown. Family Blessings gets the kill and gets the ultimate right in time. But look at that, with a rom-com. Absolutely demolishes him with a well-timed stun. That was a beautiful play from Romcom.
Yeah, that was something personal. You take down my jungle, I take you down. That's what they said about Family Blessing. I feel like that is a good gain coming out from the side of Sacred Shrine. They were able to take a lot of kills and they were able to secure the turtle, which means that the early game is definitely going to be good. But look at that.
Oh, another one. The Lassophobia has been used, but also the ultimate Kadita does not get the kill, though. It's Dusty Mizo who gets the kill on Art. And then the bot lane, Romcom and, well, Win are trying to duke it out. But we all know what happens when you actually punch, well, Uranus too many times. You're basically not going to get that much life, regen compared to Uranus. Top lane, though, is going to be a little too risky. Everyone from the side of Team Zohunt trying to get Kelra down. And there goes Dusty Mizo. But here comes Art and Bid to actually save the day. They have their team together. They're actually gonna make sure nobody's gonna hurt Kelra. Oh my god,
Okay, that's another one. That petrified combination coming through with the rough waves. Art will be able to survive. He does have the seal. That's going to be giving him a little bit of a HP back into his hands. But Win already onto the picture. The turtle is going to be up in less than 10 seconds. And these teams, they are trying to get it on Prime. But Prime onto the top lane will be taken very low. But he does have the way to survive because of the blink that he have. But we might eventually be seeing another fight for this turtle, Crux.
I think not, because I think Art is doing his job. Romcom, though, he's doing too much. He's taking everyone away from the turtle, but not gonna be enough. Leslie gets the kill on the turtle, but here comes the Feather Airstrike to do the damage that he needed. Look at that. Family Blessings will be taken out by Romcom, and there will be one more. Dusty Mizo will be taken out by Kelra, who's doing too much damage already. Prime gets the kill on Romcom, though. He was already all over the place. There comes... Oh, Bit just does it. He just kills all that Prime. I mean, okay, there's Rough Waves is not going to save you. Vansather gets the kill on Wasted Summer. Dude, I'm going to be honest with you. I think Zohunt is actually losing in on the early game pretty hard.
Yeah, pretty hard indeed, because look at that, another airplane flying. Yeah, he's not going to be surviving that. That's 3 member down. That's 3 member low, but they will not be able to find anything out of it. The only thing that they could do is try to get this Uranus out of this lane, because I don't think Gwyn is compatible on this hero, man. He's more of a setter kind of a player, not a damage sucker. But what can we do? That was the only option that he can go for. Kelra dealing a lot of damage, true damage, mind you, with the little shot onto Dusty Mizo. This is not not going to be good for Zohunt, man. And the only way that they can play for Zohunt is if they get a kill. Wait, never mind. Look at that.
Oh, dude, Win was absolutely starstruck. He didn't have the second skill ready. Art just took the advantage of that, used the fist crack, and completely shut off his escape route, not allowing him to escape. Family Blessings was not there, though, so he was not able to save him. And look at that, though. Family Blessings will get the kill on Romcom, who actually took down a Win. Revenge is served. Family is going to stay with Family.
Yeah, he's gonna be the blessing for the team Zohunt as of now, because they got an important kill onto Romcom, so definitely a number advantage. But this is gonna be a very important turtle for both of these teams. They do not really want to give it away into the hands of Zohunt for Secret Shrine 2, but Art is still into the picture. Even though they do not have Romcom, they might eventually be able to take a fight if the set is done right. But looking at the focus, bot lane is where they're gonna go for here.
Oh, Prime is going to be in trouble. I think he's going to escape with a flicker, and first skill, he shadow steps it away. And Art and Bit, oh my god, Kelra actually decides to flicker in with Art, and oh, well, Prime is down now, but look at the turtle. I think Sacred Shrine might be in trouble. Family Blessings using the ultimate, and getting, okay, Bit is down, but Turtle is secured by Team Sacred Shrine. Vansathu doing all the heavy lifting for his team. I'm telling you, Vansathu is kind of doing amazing right now. He's using the arrow, trying to push away the enemies. Oh, okay. I think Romcom is in trouble. No, but instead it will be Withered Summer. Of course, he will be taken out. Oh, Win is actually taking a ton of damage. What? How? Oh, I think Leslie. Of course, Leslie. Oh, dude, Prime is here. He got the kill on Kelra. Revenge kill. And there comes Prime doing more damage for his team. Dusty Mizo taking down Art again. Romcom in trouble. I think he's going to be next to be taken out. Feather Airstrike pushing back Team Zohunt away from, you know, getting another kill. I think Romcom's going to be safe because of Bid.
Oh man, that was a good initiation or a good entrance coming out from Prime as well. And I would say this was something that they're gonna be needing, because they need to take down another one. Oh no!
It is now gone from the map. Tower in tier 1 also gone. Romcom is next. I think he's using the ultimate to try to escape. Stuns Moskov. Prime is in trouble. He might actually be taken out. He will be taken out. Art in the saving grace. He actually gets the kill. And Kelra actually gets the kill on Dusty Mizo. I think they overextended. They were not supposed to be there. They were taken out swiftly. And I think Dusty Mizo buying that Guardian helmet actually might reduce the damage from Kelra, but not enough to actually save him. I think he needs the Twilight Armor to actually save him from Kelra's damage. Look at Romcom. He's using the stun. He's trying to go in. Purify was wasted. Family Blessing is also wasted. He's going back to the base. Romcom has a lot of damage reduction, so he will be safe for now. I think Win and Withered Summer can't really do much. Another, buff taken from Dusty Mizo's right under his nose. I think Kelra is doing a lot for his team, but I think he needs to step it up because even with the damage, you need to actually be present, like how Prime is present with his Spear of Destruction in every single team fight. I think, I think that Kelra is doing good, but he could do better.
The later part is what they're gonna be actually focusing on. 1 shot, 2 shot, and Little Ignition. That's Little Ignition? No. It's the little shot that they wanna go for with the 2 damage as well. But the lore is already up, and a little bit of a protection coming out from Art here. A different rotation that Zohunt is not capable of. Not capable. Zohunt hasn't been able to read down on. Art always staying alongside the Leslie Kelra. He's been protected so well. Look at the conceal coming through. Art, what is he doing?
Romcom is just standing there. Look at that though, the stun. Oh my god, okay. Gwyn is actually gonna run away. He won't be killed with the Leslie's ultimate. And look at that, Dusty Mizo is trying to go for Kelra first, but Bid is low on HP. I don't think he's gonna survive. Bid will be taken out. Dusty Mizo doing a bunch of damage actually for a tank. But look at that, Romcom stun, but no, it misses. Withered Summer is taken down. Wasted Summer is taken down. Dusty Mizo again will be taken out. I think that stun from Art was good enough to actually clear out everyone from the side of Team Zohunt. They were completely wiped out. Vans up there were going for the Lord directly, while Leslie, Kelra, and Art are pushing in the mid lane. They're trying to push down every bit of defense that they have so that the Lord will actually just have a free time walking through the mid lane.
I just wish that a win was on any different kind of hero. Even the Arlot was, plausible instead of this Uranus because it's not really kind of set hero, and Zohunt are lacking on that. They cannot respond to any kind of sets coming through with Art going from the backlines most of the time with the conceal, and they can't even spot him out. And then he have the wall onto the perfect member. Even though he died down into the process, the damage was already done. There was a lot of control, and his teammates were safe. And this is actually very bad for Zohunt. Even though you have a very late game hero like the Moskov who's already got the Trinity, he doesn't have the spacing to try to get the free hits. And when he does not have the free hits, how will there be enough damage coming out from Zohunt to take down the members of the side of Secret Shrine? But Lord is merging in the middle. Crux, can they take these inhibitors?
Team fight. Will there be a team fight? I'm not sure if there will be, but look at that. I think Art is trying to actually get in a little too deep, but I think he's going to be fine. There's not going to be much that's happening. There's not going to be any losses from any team right now. But one thing that I want to mention is that Kelra is doing 1,800 damage per passive proc. I think the lethal shot is doing a lot for him. I think he knows how to play him better. Look at Romcom and Art trying to push in. They're trying to open up the defenses. A rough wave's been used to actually clear up the bottom lane. I think there's not much that's going to happen. I think both of them know that they can't actually force anything right now. They need to make sure that all alive so that they can actually end the game. Zohunt really needs to make sure they can at least get 1 or 2 pickoffs. Win trying to go for it. Romcom instead jumps in the back line. Kelra was targeted, but Dusty Mizo will be taken out. Revenge and serve best cold and top lane tier 3 will be taken out. Win I think will be killed next. The pure damage from Leslie. Kelra is carrying the game pretty hard, and I think Zohunt does not stand a chance. Kelra and Art are all alive. Here comes actually he got the kill. What? Family Blessing was taken out. Kelra, he's doing too much. He's doing all that he can. Prime will be the next one to be taken out. Oh man, that was a tough game, but Zohunt take the L. Win was not there to actually get them the win, because obviously the win goes to Sacred Shrine.
Sacred Shrine, what was that game? Oh my god, what an amazing game. Well played coming out from them. Oh, with this kind of composition, you would have thought that Zohunt might eventually have the upper hand. A little bit of a good chocolate onto the hands of Mr. Faden. He's not gonna hear the end of it. But yeah, that was a very, very good game coming out from both of these teams. I would say, but Sacred Shrine, I would side light on Art more this game because he was the one who always find the angle. He was the one who always make the good sets, and there was nothing Zohunt can do. They weren't able to predict where he's gonna be coming out from and get the wall going on and get a free set for his team and a free kills for their hands as well. A lot of damage already onto the hands of Kelra. He was taken down only once. This is a Leslie, and he's going against a Kadita man, and he died only once. This is a very, very different kind of pick also, but there's a lot of damage on the rom-com too. He was able to survive a lot of damages, and with the damage reduction that he had with the ultimate too, he was able to get and find many backlines, and he is able to sustain everything that Zohunt was raining on him too. But this is a very, very comfortable style of play coming out from the side of Sacred Shrine. Art on his signature setter heroes, he's much more comfortable on. Ben out the Kalea, he's gonna be getting another Fister, which is the Badang, and he will be performing so well on that. Unfortunately for Zohunt, they fought their wars well, but you know what? Get a win on those comfort heroes, man. Why the Uranus?
I mean, fair enough. But hey, I want to talk about a blooper that I saw midway through the game. After they got the second Lord, I mean Sacred Shrine, of course, they got the second Lord, and I saw that Art was trying to recall right next to the red buff from the at the enemy side, so Hunt's red buff, and then all of a sudden he was almost like 2 seconds down with his recall, and all of a sudden Vance Thoru uses the arrow and resets the buff. No, I mean not resets. Aggro's the buff to actually attack Art, which canceled his recall, and then he had to stand behind Vance Thoru. I'm pretty sure Art was really angry at that, but hey, a win's a win, and they got the win pretty easily. Zohunt did really good. I'll be very honest with you, but then again, all these cute little bloopers that I saw in between the game, they were practically priceless.
If we talk about the bloopers, I would say, is a lot of retribution lost coming out from Dusty Mizo, man. Vansadora, who win this one with Aura. He got a lot of wins onto the retribution. I mean, we're not shading, right? We're not shading. If you lose out the retribution, it's one of the most important objective onto those lords. Most of the time it's just giving your team a little bit of a disadvantage, not a little bit, a lot of disadvantage, and most of the time you can see that it was just too much for them to handle, and for Zohunt they were forced to fight on those objectives, and so as to not make it a 50-50 kind of retribution, because they know that the Suyo will be always winning it out. But then again, I feel like they did better than they did last night, the previous games that they played. Sacred Shrine is Sacred Shrine. They are very consistent. The way that they were playing, the way they were drafting, it was all good. This is their style. They want to play together with the goal, but also with the mid lane. This is the specialty for Art too. But yeah, of course, Zohunt, they did so well this game, in the previous game also, in the first game also. Unfortunately for them, there was already too much of a damage for them to handle. The little shot coming through from Leslie was too much. There was a true damage, right? So yeah, even though you are so tanky, you're gonna be shot down, and you can see, right, how Win got melted even with his quarter of HP with just one shot.
I did notice that. I was actually talking about Leslie doing 1,800 damage to minions. I was surprised that he wasn't able to do at least 2,500 damage to enemies. But then again, he did a lot of damage, I'll be very honest with you. But that's where I'm trying to actually talk about. Twilight Armor is a must against heroes that actually have a one-tap burst. All those, Leslie, all these heroes need to be countered only with Twilight Armor. You can't get the Guardian's Helmet and call it a day, like what Dusty Mizo did. But mainly, I want to talk about what happened to Dusty Mizo and his retry. He's usually on point every single time, but this time Art was always there to cancel him out from the whole equation. He was always stunning Dusty Mizo right before the turtle, and that always led to Vance Thoru getting the turtle, or even once when Kelra actually got the turtle, he just one-tapped it. It was just amazing.
amazing game played, well played for Secret Shrine, and we might be seeing more of Leslie's coming through into the hands of Kelra too. But of course, we have the winner for the match number 1. Secret Shrine will be the one beating down Zohunt in this best of 3 series. But we have more games. This is round robin. The next game will be played between LCF. Yes, those are fans' favorites, and Daku Sena, the rising champs. We do not want to miss out because this is going to be another interesting match we're going to be seeing. But with different and fresh new faces of talents, you might be fed up of seeing my face because Crux was there into the second game. Yeah, that's right. I have to go away, and alongside me, Crux will be signing off. See you into the next game.
Welcome aboard Metro Zero. All souls must remain inside the train at all times. The terminal station is Evergarden Station.
Zero is pulling in. Look alive.
Car 4. Clear.
Car 5. Clear.
Next stop, Evergarden Station. Welcome aboard Metro Zero. All souls must remain inside the train at all times. The terminal station is Evergarden Station.
Zero is pulling in. Look alive.
Car 4. Clear.
Car 5. Clear.
All souls must remain inside the train at all times. The terminal station is Evergarden Station.
Zero is pulling in. Look alive.
Car 4. Clear.
Car 5. Clear.
Next stop, Evergarden Station. Welcome aboard Metro Zero. All souls must remain inside the train at all times. The terminal station is Evergarden Station.
Zero is pulling in. Look alive.
Car 4. Clear.
Car 5. Clear.
Zero is pulling in. Look alive.
Gar 4. Clear.
Car 5. Clear.
And here we go again, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Northeast Underdog Tournament Season 3, 3.0, whatever you want to call it. We're going to be getting back to the action. Of course, it's brought to you by one and only War Drum Games and Vista. And we're going to be witnessing the second match of the evening, which is going to be Lakshmi Chit Fun versus Daku Sena. Daku Sena hasn't really gotten the chance to shine just yet on the arena, and tonight is the night where they'll be able to make a mark. And of course, it's going to be one of the teams that we have invited this season, of course, since the tournament has become pan-India, is obviously Lakshmi Chit Fun and LCF. We all know them, and if you don't, you better catch up with the tournament scene in India. Anyways, I'm going to be your host and your caster, Ray. And joining me is, of course, into my right side on the screen is going to be Shinryu over there with the white. You're wearing a t-shirt, right? Is it a shirt?
No, it's a kurta, man. Like, I don't know. I just wanted to go Indian today. Yeah, since I'm casting, LCF. I'm just kidding. There's no bias out here. It's just my background is too dark, so I had to wear something light, just to compliment. But again, we are very quick into jumping into the draft already, man.
Yeah.
Daku Sena actually has the first pick out here.
Yeah. That was gonna get the first pick against LCF, and we're gonna be let's see, Daku Sena first pick. They should have something, something interesting going on.
I am not the only one.
I am looking forward to what they can bring. Anyways, we have Jazz, Funny Valentine, Peekaboo Predator, Haitatsu, and Lenor. On the other side, we obviously have the LCF lineup, which is going to be Lenor and Error. Anti. Then we also have Rudius, Moji here, and the last one is going to be P. And that is obviously the lineup if you know them.
Because I
and
saved my nation from
and there we go.
falling
Your
apart.
husband is going to get banned out. And I think my wife is going to get banned out too, especially considering these two teams should be able to LCF can. I'm looking forward to if Daku Sena will be able to. And I'm looking forward to obviously a Zushin pick because I think she's one of the heroes that the best teams, I think they can utilize her best. We saw it in MSC. We don't even need to consider MSC. It was even MDL and MPL. You can easily see how strong Zushin is. She's always banned, and if she's not banned, she's one of the threats that basically dominates the whole game. With 0 deaths too, and it's a very impressive thing here.
Absolutely, and I also feel the current game style for a lot of teams in India kind of favors the hero Zushin because it fits so perfectly in their trap. If they want to play the utility, they can go for the Zushin because she has so much control in the mid lane, and not only that, she can contribute so much into the team fights at the same time. And the only factor which you also mentioned yesterday was the mana issue, which after you pick up 2 people, you do not have that continuous spamming of the skill. You have to wait for a couple of seconds where she does become a bit vulnerable, but again, that time frame is really short. If the team can cover well, she's really great threat. But again, both these teams, I would say they have a pretty similar kind of game style, like pick off kind of draft, pick off and burst kind of gameplay. How Abhi as well as this is gonna be the mages from the side of team, I think it's Peekaboo Predator. Yeah, both of them actually have a really good hero pool where they kind of want to just use the heroes which can burst really quick, along with the roamers that is gonna be Haitatsu as well as Rudius, both really being good initiators in this team fight. So I feel we have to see who can go for a better engage, but more importantly, who can go for a better re-engage in those team fights.
Absolutely, and they do ban out the Lunox because Daku Sena, they have done the research. They know that Abhi is one of the users that can pick up a pocket Lunox anytime, and if that happens, any of the games, it's a very risky thing. But there we go. Is that a glue? Okay, yeah, that's a glue ban that's coming in from the hands of LCF. They're really paying respect to Jazz, who's most likely, he's EXP lane, one of the one of the people who's calling the shots as well. So good answer, especially considering that CC is one of the best right now. Not to mention Glue is a massive headache. Yeah, you can counter with a Vexana or a Promise, but do you want to do that? No, you want to go with a mid lane that can go well with your composition. So yes, they have an option of picking up Kalia right now, but what do you think?
Butterfly is born
the
by
Kalia should be the first pick. Okay. Hey, bring out your 3D model, man. It's time for you to shine.
I have to.
At this point,
yeah. Go.
And you know what, Ray? Funny enough, but not funny enough, but surprisingly enough, both these teams have some really good Nathan uses, like which we have not seen much being picked by other teams in at least India.
So and Error,
yeah, both of them, right? So their hero pool kind of coincides kind of in a way. But again, I'm interested to see which team might just pick that hero. But the early mage picks from both the teams kind of solidifies, which mage will be getting the better control. Both the utility mages have been locked in from both sides.
Both of them Chinese, both of them my wife. Yeah. There's too much similarities. And both of them start with Z too.
Yep.
So yeah. And I find it funny. I don't know if it... No, bro. No, I know it. It's fate. Watch. Elsif could have picked it up and the Zushin could have been on your side. But look, she's on my side of the screen.
Yeah.
And the Caster Cam is on the left side. Like, damn, everything just falls into the right place. But yeah, I'm always happy to see a Zushin. And I get a little bit biased. But of course, I support LCF and I support Daku Sena. Both of the teams made the best one, obviously, win. And I want to see how the draft is going to happen. LCF, of course, they're pulling up with the Zetian, which they have before. I think on the match against, was it Crux? Or maybe it was against Zohunt. It was against Zohunt. Yep.
Zohunt, yeah.
You and me were there, actually. That's pretty funny.
Yeah, we were actually.
With the inclusion of Zetian. Sorry.
But once again,
Yeah? Go ahead.
The combo with the high loss, I do understand they want to go for a bit, front line with the high loss, right? It's still a question whether it'll go to the mid lane or to the, EXP. But I feel the slowdown as well as the stun can contribute so much, and that's such a good engage tools coming in from Team LCA. Whereas the side of Team Daku Sena, they just have the Zushin so far to give the control. Rest is pretty much damage, pure damage from their side. The Hayabusa pretty much
vanquish the shadows
wants to go in, just burst the backliner as well as the Irithel. Really good scaling onto that goal lane, and I'm surprised they actually did not pick the Nathan so far. But a quick answer from the side of Team LCF. Suyo, do you think it works or not? What do you think? Quick answer, Ray.
I think it will work for a couple of reasons, of course. First one is obviously he has a immunity, so going inside like the Lantern Flare of Zushin is not going to be that much hard. He can also immune the first pick up out. When that happens, just like I mentioned, that's one of the weaknesses of Zushin. That's why immune heroes like the Yishin Shin, like the Lucas, he's not that meta, but when he was one of the bigger threats for the Zushin. And Suyo has the same purpose as well. But at the same time, there's also a caveat. As we know, what am I saying? Suyo has a little bit of a magic damage weakness because, of course, his passive only gives him physical damage reduction. But guess what? He doesn't have to counter the Zushin damage much to the face. What he really needs to sustain, if he's in a fight, it's most likely going to be the Hayabusa, which he can also immune it with the first skill, the dash. So I do think Suyo is actually a really good pick. Not to mention it's Moji over here. And anybody who's confused, of course, it's Sararmun, but we will obviously call him by the IGN. And Moji over here, he's one of the really... Sararmun was actually when... even the first nerf thing when it happened for Suyo, many people stopped playing Suyo for a week or solid. When then people realized, he's not that bad now. He did not stop. He was still playing, spamming the Suyo everywhere. And he actually showed a lot of teams like, it actually works. So I do think that's one of his signature too, and he can do a good job. But of course, the rest two picks are going to be mattering because Daku Sena has yet to pick any of the Initiator and the Roamer.
Yeah, and again, you can see a lot of EXP as well as the roamers being banned away right now. So I think both the teams, they know what the other team might want to go for. And I do agree, the Carmilla coupled up with the Zushin is so much threat. Like you mentioned, the Zushin can just pick two heroes yesterday. So with the combo of Carmilla, she can, multiply that, right? She can almost pick up all the enemies because if they're linked, it's pretty easy for her to pick all the opponents together. And even the damage from the Hayabusa can get so much amplified with her ultimate. But again, the Esmeralda being banned away from the side of team Daku Daku Sena? We know why, right?
Yeah,
There's Anti on the opposite side.
NT's waifu Esmeralda. Sorry. And he's, of course, I mean, Esmeralda is one of the heroes that actually exceptionally works well with them. So it's no surprise that they're really, really going for that. On the other hand, though, the ban of the Carmilla, I do get it. I do see the vision, just like I mentioned, right? The connection and obviously the Hayabusa thing. But I think it's mainly because of the fact that Carmilla is more of a, Zetian likes to maintain her distance. So for mages like that, okay, we are not surprised. The Nathan was pulling up any time. But what do you say again? The thing, Carmilla was, I think, mainly banned because if Daku Sena do pick up the Carmilla, which is obviously going to go into the hands of Haitatsu, the Carmilla will obviously
This
the link
land is
will
our
connect to the
homeland,
back
and
line,
it will soon
and that
be
is
our
the
burial
thing
ground.
that Zushin will absolutely enjoy the most. Not to mention the Irithel too, because Irithel is AoE, but she cannot reach the backline, of course, unless she's trying to dive into so deep. So I think the Carmilla ban does make sense a lot. Even if it's a typical, though, we don't have to be surprised because it's one of the broken EXP and it's still strong in the meta. On the other hand, though, I like the Badang. I like the muscular bodybuilder man getting picked up, both of them showing up their chest, like full on. But yeah, jokes aside, I like the Badang pick a lot. They can make a really good set here.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday we saw an Arlot room, right, which did not work so well. But again, the Badang, it still is viable in the current meta. One of the fighters which can actually be used as a roamer, right? It has a very good set potential, and it can also flank really well towards the backline with the flicker combo, which kind of opens up the window for the rest of the member to actually dive in, because once you go in with the Badang, you actually have the immunity on your ultimate, so you cannot be displaced nor you can be CC'd unless you're suppressed. So which really works well because there's no suppressed kill from the side of team LCF so far. And at this point, they do need an EXP/roamer. What are the options, though?
What are the options? I think we'll find out. I think they can go for all out still, honestly. It's not a bad thing at all. Oh, wait, was it banned out? No. It's not banned out. Yeah,
not banned out.
Go for the all out. They can
I
actually
am
go
the
for the all out.
priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods.
And Edith? Okay. I see where it's
too much magic. Too much magic, though. Too much magic, though, man.
Too much magic, but there is a few things. First of all, Zetian is, yes, she deals magic damage, but her job is utility, just like Zushin. The second thing is Edith deals HP based damage, which is really good. If you already know how Edith is, she takes the damage, she turns it into crystal energy, and then she retaliates back, once the red bar is full. And that's when she deals a lot of damage and she has penetration. So Edith, no matter how much magic damage you have, if you can take damage and convert it, obviously, using the Primal Wrath, it's actually a really good thing. And that leaves the Nathan as actually the main DPS, who's obviously going to prioritize the Cerulean side, which has the true damage, and the Divine Glaive. So you see, even though they have too much magic damage, they coordinate well. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Land of Dawn, and we're going to be witnessing the first match between LCF and Daku Sena, the second game of the evening. Second match of the evening, and of course, I'm joined by Shinryu, and I am myself Ray, and a lot of poking already, being caused by both of these teams, because these mid laners, they love to poke. But anyway, Shinryu, look at that.
Yeah, already there's a lot of damage, like you mentioned, onto the mid lane, and bit of spells also being expended from the side of Team LCF. Rudius had to burn out that Revitalize, and this does give a lot of space for the side of Daku Sena's jungler to actually go in, farm really well, but also to deal damage at the same time, and that's a lot of creeps actually being denied. But Peekaboo Predator, so close from being taken down, and I am pretty sure you would not like to see a Zushin at that state.
Yeah, of course. Peekaboo Predator, though, he has a few contenders, because you see there's Anti, who most likely will combo with a Flicker or Shatter, and there's also the Nathan, who's most likely coming in Error over here. I don't know if I should call Emart X Error. That is too mouthful. I hope you don't mind, Error. I'm just going to call you Error. And then there is also the Hylos, who's going to be coming into the face. Yes, she can pick up the Hylos, but before... look at the Hayabusa over here. Can they go?
But can they go will be the question, but it seems like they are not too hasty with the engage, still trying to kite away a little bit. But yeah, they are kind of mindful of the fact that Turtle is still up. But look at the position from Jassy, still not level 4 yet, so he will not have the bravest spider, but there's the flicker combination already being used from the side of Team Daku Sena, but Team LCF onto the Daku Sena's EXP laner, and he will have to kiss goodbye for now, but it seems like there is no way so far from them to contest the turtle without their EXP laner. It might be pretty difficult, and this should be an easy turtle take for the side of Team LCF as they get a bit of gold along with that kill.
Yeah, and you have to consider one thing, but oh, look at that. Jazz wanted to perhaps just, he just wanted to pressure them away because Hayabusa over here does need Lemon. Oh, okay, that's Lemon. For a second I saw red Lenore, but yeah, overall, oh, look at the damage that's coming in. The Barang comes in with a fist crack. Hylos does want to retreat, and he might just be able to successfully do that, but Zushin over here came up with the pull-up, but the damage was not there and got not taken away. 0 for 1 still on the board.
0 for 1 so far, 2 minutes and 50 seconds in the game, and we already see a slight lead in terms of gold. The economy is kind of favoring Team LCF, not IGN right now. But once again, I feel, this lead might just slightly can be turned into a snowball kind of gameplay because, their damage dealers can really, benefit from the fact that if they have a lead, they can pretty much get the objectives cleared very fast and very swiftly, and all they need to do is mark their late game heroes, especially the Irithel, onto the goal lane, right? And to do that, I think they have enough ways to go in, and also the utility, like you mentioned, from the Zetian can be used pretty much to stun the members because there are no purifiers whatsoever from the side of Team Daku Sena so far. But once again, the game is pretty much slow paced so far. Just 1 kill before the turtle. Apart from that, there haven't been much of kills yet so far.
Yeah, nothing much. And there comes the Phoenix. Phoenix, was it the Wrath? Phoenix Call? I forgot.
Fury of the Phoenix, yeah, man.
Fury of the Phoenix, but yeah, Fury of the Phoenix. It's actually a really, it's kind of basic, but it's still cool. Sometimes things can be common, but they can be cool. And it's one of those ultimate names that I actually like. Look at that. And that was a failed engage from his end, and he might just get punished over here. Because look at that, but I'm coming in with a fist crack, but immediately Anti comes in with the retaliation. But at the same time, Zushin lifting him up. There's a lot of things happening because Lemon also pops into the scene, but there's also Jazz coming into the scene as well. Look at the Lapu Lapu play, and Zetian has to forcibly flicker away out of it, and the score is actually equalized for a 2-4-2. Hylos is providing the vision. Rudy is over here, but the jungler is not obviously present because he got taken down. Moji here was not able to see this outcome coming, and right now Daku Sena have equalized it.
Yeah, the timing for that kills were so good, and if you take a look at the items already, right, 4 minutes, almost 5 minutes into the game, Irithel has already completed the Haskell. The rest of the team members, they're trying to make their items. Lapu Lapu just got that, War Axe. The rest of the team from Team IGN, 2 members, actually 3, have completed their first item. Actually 4 now. So again, another fight might break in onto the top lane. The Lapu Lapu already used that flicker as well as the previous fighter. He gets the stun. He also uses a land shaker to stun the rest of the members. The Hayabusa actually turns inside the fight, but the stun from the Zetian with the Fury of the Phoenix will help Anti get back at the right time. But once again, that was a pretty close call for Team LCF. They might have given another kill to Team Daku Sena.
I think it was a really close call, but overall a good retreat, right? But at the same time, I do think since this is going to be the last hurdle that's going to be coming in, this is where most of the teams actually like to contend, because this is where you get the most gold, most EXP for all of the members, and that combined can really make a little bit of a difference. It can change the momentum of the game, and the pacing can immediately go into the favor of someone's tempo. You don't want that to be happening. If your tempo is either ruined or it's broken, it's kind of hard to make, because you're basically pushed into the spot where you make the comeback. But anyways, so far it's a little bit of a game of anticipation, I would say. Already from the 6 minutes in, both of these teams are kind of aware that there are situations that they can... Oh, but look at that, the Nathan dishes out some damage, but Daku Sena, being the discipline they are, they retreat. But this time looks like, considering they have used up their ultimates, this is maybe a green light. They might just go in, because look at the Hayabusa over there, gets the knockback from the Phoenix passive over there, but they will... I think Jazz, he is eyeing something, but he's not able to find anything just yet. The turtle spawned in, though. Shinryu
Yeah, the Land Shaker will be already used along with the Brave Spider, and it seems like Anti will be the first to being taken down. Rudy is still surviving with a little of HP, but not for too long. Lemon will take him down, and Jazz to get traded off, but not for too long because it seems like Team LCF and both the teams actually traded in so quickly. A 4-4-2 trade into the favor of Team Daku Sena, and they also have the priority for this turtle at the same time because the jungler is not available from Team LCF, and that was a really quick fight, but Team LCF, they lost too much, and again, Zushin will be able to bring back Abhi from that, distance so that Lemon can take him down. And more kills in the favor of Team Daku Sena at the same time, right? They are able to steal away the purple buff, and this just gives them that goal lead. Suddenly, the discipline, just got shattered from the side of Team LCF.
And with that, LCF, just like you mentioned, the confidence is going to be affected, not to mention the lane discipline, because right now with the wave, they have to manage the wave much better because with the mid-tier down, that is going to open up the map a lot. That's one of the reasons it's actually called the main character of all the turrets, because once it's down, you open up the jungle area. When you do that, look at the position of Haitatsu. You get those positions much better. You're in a comfortable spot. There's no way someone can pull you inside the turret and you can commit heavily. That's one of the main reasons. And getting down the mid lane turret, Daku Sena is actually pressuring really well. Not to mention, all the tier 1s are down as Lapu Lapu just took down the last one in the far left lane. Hayabusa over there, getting into a position, but look at the nade, and he's going to be dishing out some damage, but might just be able to do it. Barang coming in from behind, wants to do a fist crack combo, but he's not able to do it because look at the positioning that's coming in. He's not able to do it just yet, might just get taken down overnight now, but he survives it with his shield. And there we go, Jazz comes in, but Abhi won't be able to survive it because look at the damage coming in from Funny Valentine. And right now the next one going to be into the list is gonna be most likely but no, he dashes away. Shinryu, look at that, the double kill for Funny Valentine.
Oh man, too close for comfort. Team LCF, once again they're losing their core members, they're losing the people they need to contest for the objectives, and it just speaks bad for them because at this point, they will not be able to defend the turrets because the waves are crashing down the bot lane, and Team Daku Sena, they want to take the most of it. But again, Funny Valentine, too even under the turret, will get punished just like that. But it's going to be traded off for Rudius. But it seems like Error, a bit in a tight spot, still survives with the help of Abhi, who rotates at the right time to help their goal laner. But amidst all that chaos, Daku Sena, they wanted to take this Lord, given the fact, there is no frontline available if Andy does not join the team fight. But again, it seems like they just have a change of heart. They want to wait for the goal laner to join that team fight, so they will just delay this Lord for a little bit longer. But once again, we talked about this yesterday too. Daku Sena recently have defeated a top tier team, and that's why they might be feeling really confident going against Team LCF at the same time, who are the current top team in the leaderboards, right? So I feel LCF, they need to find a way to get a shutdown, but again, the Fury of the Phoenix being used, though, is the glorious pathway. Jazz forced to flicker out along with the previous fighter, but still, can he survive? He's really low, but no, he will be surviving, but it seems like a 1-for-1 trade has already been getting done by both these teams, and it's going to be the jungler once again being taken down, and Moji Hey, he is being the target every time Daku Sena are going into the team fights, and the Lord is already up. And Daku Sena, they do have the advantage here, Ray.
And I would definitely compliment the discipline that really came in. But look, just as I speak, look at the damage that's coming in. Irithel is going ham with a heavy crossbow. Peekaboo Predator would get the kill. Funny Valentine captures the kill into Error, and most likely going to be the next one. High loss. Yep, it is going to be double kill. It's not going to be a 1-1, but make it a double. And he's going to be happy with it and going to go for that Lord secure. But obviously, Moji here he definitely wants to take a steal for it, but he cannot do it. He's not in a position to do so, and Lemon will get the Lord for his team. And with that, the tier 2 into the bottom lane is going to be falling. The middle one is also going to be pressured by Daku Sena right now. And with the inhibitor exposed on the bottom one, it does have the blessing, so they might be able to defend it. But over 14-6, look at the itemization, does Shinryu. The gap between the marksmen, I don't think it's much. They're kind of similar, but the do you know why? Because Holy Crystal is more expensive. Windtalker is cheap, so yeah. But at the same time, it's still a one item difference. So Irithel is quite ahead.
She is ahead, and
3,000. It's 3,000,
man. Almost, almost the goal their roamer has, right? So it's gonna be a bit tough for Team LCF to take a head-on fight. However, they can defend their waves really, the base really good. But again, it seems like Daku Sena has a different plan. They want to go in once again onto the Suiyu, who is trying to just avert all the damage coming from Daku Sena's teammates. But the members, however, the Lord is still uncleared, and Daku Sena, they're trying to get all the inhibitors as much as they can. Seems like the bot lane is going to be the first being taken down, and a lot of skills being used, but Lemon this time gets just taken down from the damage of X error, because he just got his hand onto the Holy Crystal, and this should be an easy defense because the power spike have already been reached for this Nathan, and the rest of the team from the side of LCF, they're marching down so that they can get back some push, some goal that they have lost in the early couple of minutes. But we started the game pretty slowly, but it just seems like after the 5th or 6th minute mark, the game has just taken a different pace. But Haitatsu taking a bit of damage. Jazz wants to go in, but Ray, can he survive though?
I think he might just be able to do so. He is doing his best, and he does survive with 1 HP of his life, because the mega kill is going to go into the hands of Funny Valentine. 8 kills on the board for this marksman. His name is Funny Valentine, but if you know the movie, he is not up for funny business. He's up for the seriousness, and with the inhibitors down on the mid and the far right, it really means that the side of LCF, they might just be here for a 3rd game, because either way, this looks like very grim. It looks like a game that either they make a comeback or it's just not going to happen, because the score is 15-7 and the goal lead is around 7,000 for the hands of Daku Sena. Look at the itemization. Zetian has built the 3rd item as well as the Zushin, but she's a little bit ahead, with most likely also going for the 4th one. Oh no, actually 3rd one, Clock of Destiny recipe. Okay, I'll take it for the 4th one. But Nathan, he's done with the 3 core items. Error over here, most likely gonna get the Divine Glaive, and that will change a few things. That's when, but actually there's not much magic defense if you notice in the hands of Badang, and he's actually doing a really good, mainly with the shield of his 2nd skill. Irithel, she is full build. Hayabusa, she is full build, and that's what really sets the game apart, sets the teams apart, and why the goal difference is mattering so much more. But anyways, 15-7 score, 14 minutes in. This is a heavy lord that they're most likely going to be a team fight. The Fury of the Phoenix in hand, but Divine, this is a green signal. They might just go in. No, they just provide some vision, and they are going to wait a defense.
Yeah, defense is the call from the side of Team LCF. They still have a pretty good, front line as well as clear, but the problem is when Daku Sena goes in for a 5v5 fight, it's so difficult to catch the Irithel once she, is in her ultimate form. Not the ultimate form, the ultimate. When she uses that ultimate, right, the heavy crossbow, where she gets the mobility and she also has a sprint, so it's really difficult to mark her with a limited range Team LCF has currently, but the damage output is definitely something Daku Sena would not want to underestimate. And like you mentioned, the Padang is doing really well so far, but can he get that final set where they can look for an end? If they cannot, this game will extend even more, and slowly but surely, LCF, they are getting the items, they are getting the build. The Lord is finally coming down, marching the mid lane, and it seems like it might get really cleared soon. But again, Anti actually goes in onto the back line. Funny Valentine being the first one to be taken down alongside Haitatsu, and a lot of flickers already being burned up from the side of Team Daku Sena, and they're on the run. LCF, they're trying to chase them down. They might want to push some turret with this Lord, not the Lord, but the waves that are coming through. But can they end here? Will be a very good question, right, Ray?
I think with how things just turned around, because the shutdown was really beautiful, but I feel like I gotta really stop speaking, because look at that. For a second, I really thought Hayabusa might just get stunned over there, but that was a good use of the shadow. Immediately, just like you spoke, but the wave management, it needs to be on point. Look at that. The waves are pressuring the base. They cannot leave their vicinity. They cannot leave without antenna. It's not about someone's gonna backdoor. Look at one wave. The pressure, 20% of the HP down. Can they make that happen again and again? They will be at a loss, especially considering the game is entering that 17-minute mark pretty soon, and they have to control the waves way better. So yeah, LCF, I do think with Funny Valentine getting shut down, the gold will settle a little bit. It went from 7,000 to 3. There's a Fury of the Phoenix. They get a little bit of damage and vision, but the one set things, obviously, one more time Funny Valentine, if he gets taken down, I definitely think this is an LCF's game. But this is all basically down to Funny Valentine more. But at the same time, of course, Daku Sena needs to provide that space. They need to make sure Funny Valentine cannot be found. He cannot be taken down. He is in a position where LCF just cannot reach. Can they make it happen though? That is the main thing.
And they also have to be wary of the fact that a segue or a backdoor can be achieved with Hayabusa, right? Because he's really flexible once he can join the team fight, or he can just go for the split push even after joining the team fight. But again, the shadow kill already being expended onto Abhi, but he will still survive by separating the damage alongside his teammates. So that's again ultimate being used, but I think it's still not too much of a big resource, which will be back really soon. But what's back on the map is gonna be the Lord who has spawned again. And both the teams might want to look for a 50-50. A lot of the members from the side of Team IGN have already reached level 15, so it's pretty much almost an equal mark. It's just the fact the item might be a bit, lacking in terms of the goal lead that Daku Sena have accumulated. However, if a fight breaks out, both the teams definitely have a 50-50 chance. But who wants this Lord more desperately will speak for now. We need to watch for that surely. But again, the macro will be really important out here, Ray.
You know who needs the Lord more? Whoever gets wiped out first. Because the thing is, even if you take the Lord, if you get wiped out, it's more of a defensive one, right? But it's going to matter who's going to take down one. Like, these Lord fights are kind of a less of an objective focus, more of a, like, basically a thirst for blood. Because if they take the Lord, but you take them out, you win. The Lord is gonna go to a different lane and you can just push into the base. So it's going to matter what decision they can go for. But we'll have to wait out and see. But there's a gathering. Hayabusa wants to go really aggressive, but there's the shadow. I do think this might just be a little bit of a mistake. He's trying to go there, but that was a mistake indeed. Lemon is gonna get taken down, but look at Funny Valentine. He's trying to maneuver, but Nathan smells him out. But Funny Valentine with a movement speed is enemy to go. Peekaboo Editor will take down Error. And because of the fact, with the marksman down, this might just take a little bit taken, but at the same time, oh my god, Zushin with a double kill. What's gonna happen? But the shutdown will come in for Moji here. The Sarar Moon, he will change things. And with this, the score sits at 17-12, but 3 members down. This is a free lock for them. They can just go for it, but they have to obviously have one man into the base, and that's most likely gonna be obviously the Zetian, Lapu Lapu, and Barang. They cannot really do anything, but Anti is low. Maybe they can capitalize on it. Look at the HP. Look at the Lord. They might just go in for it. The flicker plays there. But Anti is coming up with a primal rat. But Jazz will come in with this slain and will take them down. Moji here though, playing the upper hand, makes a good use of the fact that Anti just sacrificed himself. But Lord fight, it's not stopping, is it? Hayabusa's back into the scene, comes in with the Oogie Shadow kill. But that was close.
Oh my goodness, that was close indeed, right? But once again, the Haitatsu wants to go in with the first crack, but it seems like there's nobody to follow it up. So he's just a roamer, right? The damage is not going to be enough, but like we mentioned, the waves are something that is not in favor of LCF at this point. They need to get a hold of the wave management properly if they want to contest for this Lord. And the more delays out there, but wait, Haitatsu, wait in a tight spot, forced to flicker out, but can he survive? No, Error gets the kill and he wants to look for another, but right now they want to skip all the members from team Daku Sena and they just want to focus on the Lord. But is that the right decision? Lemon does not have the Oogie Shadow kill yet so far, but again, it's gonna be Rudius being brought back. The Lord has been cleared out. The Oogie Shadow kill actually being used, but it's not enough damage. The Wind of Nature already popped from Error, and it seems like there is nothing that Daku Sena can do to avert from LCF taking that Lord. However, there's a lot of waves accumulating both the side lanes, and LCF definitely need to clear that out if they want to save their base. But again, the members of Daku Sena, they might be back on time, so still seem a possible defense. But at this point, you can already see, right, the goal lead does not matter at all. All the items have been made for most of the heroes, and it's just about the time they want to go in. But it seems like Hayabusa is a bit too hasty, a bit too overzealous. He went in, but he will be able to get back out after using his Oogie Shadow kill again. The Lord is marching down the mid lane, almost full HP, and the members from Team Daku Sena, they're trying to clear it out. Anti goes in under the turret, takes a bit of damage, forced to use the Primal Rat, brought back, but it seems like Peekaboo Predator will just have to kiss goodbye because he will get taken down. The Lord has been at low HP, still hits the inhibited turret. The waves are not there yet, but it will be enough for them to take down the inhibitor. The Lord is still out there, cleared out by Team Daku Sena. However, the waves are still crashing in. Team LCF are knocking on the door of Daku Sena. The Hayabusa wanted to go in, but he will get busted down before he could do anything. It seems like Daku Sena are a bit too hasty out here, but the base have been low, 50% HP. The waves are cleared out. There are no more waves. It's still there up top, but the turret still stands, so this should be a comfortable defense if Daku Sena does not lose any member. But LCF, they do not want to lose the advantage that they have. They will push it in alongside Moji with flank. It seems like Manila Valentine will get taken down, but the base is low at HP, and it's a definite. Team LCF will take the first point in this best of 3 series.
That was an extended game for sure, and it was a long one indeed as well. But this game was definitely filled with a lot of hype and a lot of excitement with we just witnessed. I would say, we played a really crucial part, providing the vision and everything. I think the whole side of LCF was actually really crucial, but definitely Moji here, his presence was really, really important in the game. So it makes sense. It makes sense that I would definitely say it's a little bit Moji here, but all 5 members matter because NT made a lot of clutch stalling. Like, you think he just died, but those 4 deaths were stalling. He was stalling a lot, and it mattered. But the other side, though, Daku Sena, Funny Valentine, and Peekaboo Predator, obviously I love Zushin. I love Zushin the most, but the thing is that Funny Valentine was really positioning himself well. So many times he was actually basically nobody could catch him. He was basically, what was the word, man? Something you can't catch, something slippery. But yeah.
Slippery works, right?
Yeah, slippery fingers or something like that. So you can't touch it, you can't catch it. But ultimately, he did get taken down in the later phases, and that's when the things started to change. But you can clearly see the damage dealt. The Zushin and the Funny Valentine were really, really making the impact. And the moment that Moji here actually took down Peekaboo Predator, that's when things kind of changed because the crowd control was lost out. But other than that, LCF played strong as 5 pillars that balanced the thing, and they all contributed really equally. You can clearly see the teamfight participation, and he was low because he was the sacrificial pawn, but rest of the members, they went in for a very good rotation, really trying to focus into the primary targets. Overall, this was an interesting game. What's your thoughts on that?
What surprises most me is the fact that Obi has the highest damage from the side of LCF. I was expecting it to be
not a surprise. I've actually played her because you can spam your ultimate. In a long game, you're spamming the ultimate, and she can poke a lot. Nathan can only fight during team fights, right? So his damage is limited there, but you can use your ult anytime you want. It is going to deal damage to all 5. And second thing, you can poke. You can poke like crazy.
Yeah, man. But I think that really worked well. That they needed some vision, given the fact there was a threat of the Lapu Lapu diving in. There was Hayabusa too, and also the Batang who can just flank in really well if they do not know where it's coming from, which direction is coming from. So I think the picks really worked well so far for the side of LCF. But I do think they really struggled the early game. There was a lot of times where they could not defend or could not win a lot of objectives, which they should have normally, given the fact that if there were, a little bit more well positioning from a lot of members, because we saw, there were almost 2 times where 3 to 4 members have been taken down from the side of Team LCF, and that's where Daku Sena got the most advantage, but they could not follow it through with quick push or quick end to this game. And the longer the game went, it was more likely that Team LCF, they were getting more comfortable with their positioning that they were, or even at the point where they could accumulate enough gold to get them the items necessary to go for the comeback. And that's what we saw in the last fight. Even when Hayabusa was going in every time, the damage was not really enough. And I feel part of the reason is why how well placed the Zushin was always, because she was kind of distributing the damage alongside his teammate, which kind of made completely the Hayabusa's damage negated in those team fight. And I think that's really smart play from Abi in those team fights. And the lot more he does that thing, I think Team LCF can actually get themselves accustomed to their opponents that way.
Yeah, I honestly was thinking this might just go game number 3 because LCF does not want to get clean sweep, that's for sure. But right now, the fact that they were able to make a comeback after Daku Sena dominated because of Zushin. You know, obviously, guys, Zushin dominates any time. I can prove you any day. But the thing is, this time around,
okay.
but yeah, the thing is, Daku Sena did really play well. But was it the best they could provide? Because if that's it, then they're going to be suffering in game number 2, because LCF right now will start to pull up their cards, because I do think last game, just like I mentioned, the criticism, they had too much magic damage. I told you how it can work, but just because it can work, was it the best thing? Maybe not. So maybe this time around we might see something even more spicy and something even more bold from the hands of LCF. But at the same time, I won't underestimate Daku Sena, of course. All of these teams, top 8, they are the mythical leaderboard teams, and they're there after all, winning, like getting into the position of Mythic Showdown, right? So I do respect all of the teams, and they are really good. And Daku Sena also really showed that they actually had the game on their grasp until the late phase when things changed for them. Anyways, the draft has begun. Do you have any predictions? The first pick, is it going to be Zushin or LCF again? It would. I mean, you know, they decide, hey, maybe it's time we pick it up, and come on, Abhi, do it for me.
You know, we still have to wait for 2 more bans out here to see what will be the first pick. But given up the fact that there's a lot of heroes open, even including the Kalea, there's a high possibility LCF can draft that into their first pick, because a lot of the times when I've seen LCF have the first pick, they like to go for something which is a bit more flexible, but again at the same time it's one of their comfort picks, and I think the Kalea kind of fits really well for Rudius. But I think another hero which also can be a priority could be the CC, because I've seen the CC actually really climbing up the ladders and also being the priority for a lot of teams as their first pick. But still not fixed, you know. There's going to be the glue still being banned as a respect for, I think, Jazz, right?
Yeah,
and
Jazz.
At the same time,
you're actually right. It's a respect ban for Jazz, because Jazz's signature is glue. I just remembered. It's been a while since I've seen, you know, have had the chance to consult for Daku Sena. But yeah, just like I mentioned, there we go, the CC ban. So yeah, continue.
Yeah, and at the same time, you know, I feel there's a high possibility that they can pick the Zushin as well for themselves, because I think giving away the Zushin, it's not the best option, but you always have another utility mage available. But do you want to give the Zushin once again? Like, you know, what's happened because of that in the last game? I think Team LCF might not want to give that Zushin, but there's still everything goes out of the window with that pick. But you know, they're gonna prioritize errors here with this game. I think that is also a good approach, but they could have gone for something, you know, different in the first pick, leaving aside the goal lane for at least the second half.
I think it's mainly, was Granger banned last game? I actually can't remember right now. Yeah, it wasn't. It wasn't. I think they just want to flex a little bit, because it's one of their favorite heroes of LCF to pull up the Granger very often. Not often, actually, sometimes. And when they do, it's a disaster for the opponent team, because the positioning and everything is just really, really beautiful. But to disrupt it, obviously, there's the Farsa that's going to be coming in. One of the mages, many people consider Farsa just burst. She's more of a zone out, as well as making it hard for you to position. Her main purpose is actually multi. She's not, I mean, the burst is good. She has insane burst, actually. You can obviously just go boom, boom, boom with the 4.
Yeah, she has insane burst reality.
Yeah. So she has great burst, but at the same time, what was it again? The Lancelot. You know, I find Lancelot in a little weird position. I feel like it's not just about being in the good hands, it's about being in the good team composition. Not team, guys. Team composition. He really needs a certain team compositions to really shine through to be the best. And we were talking about a fish. We're going to be getting the fish lady, not the fish girl just yet. We might just see a fish girl too later on. That would be pretty fun. But overall, they have basically reap, burst. So that's the side of LCF, and Daku Sena is also kind of going for 2 burst heroes. Lancelot, obviously, full damage is not DPS, it's full burst. You try to combo it with a puncture, triangle in, and alt, and that's the thing. But they do change the thing. There we go, the Moscow. Also reap. As I mentioned, they can actually pull up a SOD gameplay. So with the first 3 picks done, it's basically identical. They have picked Marksman, Jungle, and Mage. This is where it gets interesting. If they ban EXP in room, they are choking their pool as well. What is their decision? And the decision is to obviously follow through with it.
I do feel like you mentioned, the Lancelot needs a certain draft to shine. I think it's mostly you need your team to play very aggressive, so he can just go in and finish those low HP targets, right? And so far the draft actually kind of complements his playstyle. And if Lemon is really comfortable on this hero, he might be able to mark the backline. But again, there is a Kadita, like you mentioned in the last game. It's one of the slippery heroes, right? Which is really difficult to catch because you have that region once you get your passive triggered. And I feel even the Hayabusa is not one of those easier heroes to catch. And the Grandeur, we know Error, right? How comfortable he is on that hero. So I do feel if they have a really good front line to just kite away a lot of the members from Team Daku Sena, there's a high possibility that the backline might be completely safe. And like you mentioned, the two fish combos, the Bengali people might really like the two fish combos, including me, since I'm Bengali. I get to say this, guys. I'm not being racist because I'm a Bengali.
Yes,
all.
Oh, my mic got moved. Yeah, I actually have been wanting to say that, but since I'm not, it would be cultural appropriation. But yeah, since you're Bengali, you can say it. You can say
I get to say this. I get to say this, right? So, we might really like the two fish combos, and it also can disrupt the Farsa's feather airstrike at the same time. Like, because the Kadita can already cancel it with the Ocean Node, as well as, the knockup that she gets. And along with the Kalea, it's very easy to mark those backline, the way that she can be used aggressively. And I think Rudy's is pretty comfortable at the same time. So, like you mentioned, a lot of EXP laners have already been banned. And what does this open? The Lapu Lapu, of course, I think is a really good comfort pick for Jazz at the same time. But they need something with a bit more crowd control abilities, I believe. Maybe something with a better, re-engage tool out here, which can complement their playstyle. What do you think?
I do think they need the re-engagement because so far it's all just. I mean, Lapu Lapu will have to fulfill the responsibility if they don't get it right. Lapu Lapu will be the one to take up the step, and that's not the most optimal one. You have to go for something, just like you mentioned, they do need it. And LCF is also kind of looking to get into the area because their three heroes are also Hayabusa and Kadita. They're basically assassins who need to go in. And looks like they're going to go with the Hylos again. Rudius takes a safe route and just, okay, what's that? What are you pulling up, Auntie? He's going to be, okay. I don't think it's going to be Hylos EXP. It's most likely going to be in Kaja EXP, is it? I do think pushing Anti...
Kaja Room, right? Yeah, Kaja Room perhaps, I guess.
Kaja Room wouldn't be bad if Kaja wasn't so squishy. I have a feeling it's going to be an EXP lane because Kaja also has damage. Many people forget that Kaja actually hits hard. I mean, he cannot burst someone, but he has enough DPS to actually sustain himself because there's regen on his first skill and passive. So I do think this should be an EXP lane Kaja, and I feel like NT would be the one to make it happen. And at the same time, it is an insurance that Lancelot cannot get too frisky, he cannot get too aggressive. Moskov cannot just decide to come in with the SOD. Lapu Lapu cannot also just think I'm immune because suppression can't be immune in the game. So I do think this Kaja is and yeah, there we go. This is an EXP lane Kaja. I was able to read through it. LCF, do give me a shout out. No, I'll give you a shout out to the manager, of course. Lentina.
I'm sad, and I'm a bit sad. We don't get to see two fish combos, man. Why?
We get to see a chicken.
Yeah, we might have a chicken dinner for the BGMI and the PUBG players out there. Hey, I'm not supposed to advertise other games. Sorry, back to Moba Legends, guys. Back to Moba Legends. Don't go to other games, please. But again, this is gonna be the second match. Team LCF, they definitely have the match point. However, like you mentioned, right, Daku Sena, they needed a re-engage tool, and I think the Hufra really works in well for that favor and that way. But again, I don't think so. Lemon's gonna play that hero, really? Or are they changing roles out here? I don't know what's happening. I am seeing, different things. Lemon as a roamer. We'll figure it out soon. But guess what, guys? The second match, right? Ray, will this be an equalizer or is it gonna go to a clean sweep? What do you think?
I think We'll obviously have to find out because, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the land of Dawn. We can clearly see already a little bit of poking happening. But anyways, welcome to the game. It's going to be game number 2. It's this best of 3 series between LCF and Daku Sena. And we're obviously our casters, Ray, myself, and I'm joined by Shinryu, who's obviously bringing you the hype of this team fight. A lot of poking into the table, and I gave the shout out, but I'm gonna give shout out to again, of course, shout out to Lentina, who just gave a super chat. Thank you, and let's focus into the game. Shinryu, what's gonna be just like you asked? Let's witness it together. Oh, the petrified doll.
The petrified. Oh, wait a minute! It's gonna be the first blood. Yes, already. LCF with off explosive start. But guess what, Ray? It's not going to be an EXP Kaja, who's going to be a roam Kaja who also steals away the orange buff from the Lancelot actually will not get the level 4 yet. So kudos to him for, giving that advantage to his team. But again, top lane error, kind of pulling Funny Valentine. Lemon is out there, but it's still not level 4. And out here, I don't think so. He might want to go for an engage, but Rudius will be able to spot him out. And Error still has the idea, right? He's out there, so I don't think so. It's going to be an engage so far. But again, I think LCF, with the small wins in the early game, they might be able to secure a really good first turtle fight because, the jungle level lead is definitely going to be there for Moji. But again, he's going in onto Jazz up bot, but it seems like he will be able to disguise his way away. But again, mid lane, both the teams are trying to go for that level 4. Bit of damage, bit of poke, but they should be all right. The turtle has already spawned here, Ray, and LCF are the first to start it.
I think, and they'll be able to get it as well because Lancelot is not level 4 yet. He has to get the buff, and by the time this turtle is just going to be gone and dusted, and not dusted, it's going to be 8 by soup. We have fish, chicken, and turtle soup. Wow, too many meaty, stuff into the game. But oh, that ultimate! I think Haitatsu, the flicker play was pretty clutch, but he had to use up that spell in the next team fight. He won't be able to do a flicker combination, which is obviously the most expected thing you want from a Kufra. So, yeah. Haitatsu though, I do trust him. He can make the play. But oh, look at the positioning. There comes the Divine Judgment. A lot of damage coming in. And Lemon will get bursted out. That was their plan. And that's why I do get it. I mean, Kaja in the experience wouldn't be bad. But they are really making sure Lemon does not get the lead. Because we just saw it, right? Red buff. Stolen. Okay, there is a pause happening. Most likely some kind of checking, and it should be done. I mean, they might face some issues. Hopefully, it's good. And yeah, we are just talking about it. The Kaja mid lane just makes sense. I mean, roam. They can just go. Oh, the pause is done. Looks like small issue, tiny microbe issue, bacteria issue.
Bacterial, man, for sure. But again, like we mentioned, that early small leads is definitely favoring team LCF. So far, once again, they are kind of waiting to translate it to a cool lane fight. There's a lot of rotation. They're just waiting for the ultimates to be back up. But again, like you mentioned, that early flicker from Haitatsu will be back around, 4 minutes to 30 seconds. So again, bot lane, Anti is forced to use that revitalize. Bit low on HP, might have to recall out here. But again, this does give them a lot of space to take a fight up top. There are 3 members lurking around in the bushes. But will they take a probable engage? No, it seems like not. But again, you know what, Trey? I feel the way Team LCF's draft can, pretty much pick up anyone and just burst them down is so dangerous. Because even Haitatsu, if he just overextends for a little bit too long, he might be taken down. And there's nothing the side of Team Daku Sena can do if their engage tool is already, shut down early on. But again, Haitatsu is actually going in onto Abhi. He will get taken down just like that. Trick of Predator gets the burst from his Feather Airstrike, and that is the, problem too for Team LCF. They need to mark that Kufra as well. But again, they are not able to do so because if they just overstep, they can get punished at the same time. But again, the turtle is up, and it seems like LCF, they might not have the advantage that they did anymore because their mage is already taken down. But another fight out here, Ray.
And looks like most likely going to be Warnock. Oh, the Lancelot does try to go for the retribution, but Mochi here will get the upper hand and get it. But Lapu coming in with the Brave as Spider wants to probably take down. But the other side, Abhi will be getting the rough waves and take down the Farsa Peekaboo Predator. Will be the one getting preyed tonight. And he gets taken down by first this fish. It's not just a fish, it's a shark, if you might say it, because it's a hunter that gets taken down. And right now, Error will coming and will take down the mummy as well. Send it back to the tombs of Egypt. Peekaboo Predator is back, but it's not going to be enough. Oh, what is that? Oh, that is an expensive flicker from the hands of Peekaboo Predator. He expected Abhi to come in, but of course, that was just a bait. That is good stuff right there. Right now, Peekaboo Predator is vulnerable for 100 seconds.
Yeah, and this is what, if you get into your enemy's head, it's going to be really, really difficult for you to actually, get that fear out of them. Because at this point, Daku Sena, they have to just, anticipate any play that can come, because the damage is so high. And even though, if there is not a full engage, there is a possibility that they might get taken down. Just like in the bot lane, it seems like Mojin will try to take down the two members, but again, up top is going to be Funny Valentine being bursted down once again by the Fish Lady, who will not show any mercy. But again, they are trying to chase down. Peekaboo Predator did not have the flicker, like you mentioned, will be also punished. And at this point, there is nothing Haitatsu can do but say hasta la vista as he gets taken down too. And up top, there's going to be a turret being taken down on bot. Lemon trying to push that way, but is that the right choice? He's pretty low on HP, and Mojin, he can pretty much take him down with the rotation already coming in. It's going to be the Thorn Rose already being used. He does have the Phantom Execution still, survives for a little bit longer, but for how long is going to be the question. But, it's just answered immediately out here in just 2 seconds.
Nah, I won't answer you that. No, I'm just teasing you. But with the mid threat already been down, I'll answer you later for sure. But yeah, with the mid threat already down, Daku Sena is back again on a predicament, because what are they gonna do? Oh, they're trying to burst down Jazz, and he gets Divine Judgmented, and he's gonna get taken down too. This Kaj, oh wait, was that Divine Judgment or what is that? A stun? My bad. That is such a heavy stun. There was not even a Petrify used. What boots does Jazz have? Actually, I think he shouldn't have been that stunned for that long, actually. He does have the tough boots, right? But yeah, I think they changed CC really well then. For a second, I thought it was a Divine Judgment.
I think the burst was too high out there, right? Because you can see already Karita,
and he was really in the mid-air. Oh, he uses the Petrify and might just take down the Falling Valentine. He's able to do so. Abhi, mega kill. And look at that. Oh, a lot of damage coming in. Abhi is trying to survive, and he does it with 1 HP. How does this guy do it again and again? But Error comes into the scene to take what's his, and he gets the kill. On the other hand, Kaja. Okay, Kaja, Divine Judgment is used up actually already, so it's just gonna go back anti, providing a little bit of the heal. Here we go. Take the green juice and get healthy, boys. Kareleka juice.
Wow. And not my favorite though, but again, that fight was taken without their jungler, and they still won it despite, having that disadvantage in terms of number. I think at this point, the damage kind of supplements for that lack of members, but again, 20 stacks onto Error already, and he is happily sitting onto those 3 items, so he might be able to just take down anyone he wants or he eyes onto. And Daku Sena, this time their score is pretty low. Funny Valentine once again will be that target for Team LCF, and it seems like Jazz already used up that Bravest Fighter. There's gonna be that rough waves at the same time, but not enough damage still. But the feathered airstrike along with the side of Team LCF, they've used that Divine Judgment to take down not Funny Valentine, it's gonna be Jazz this time. Actually, the names are so familiar, but again, before I can say once more, it's gonna be Lemon being taken down. But so far, I'm not seeing any kind of answers out here from the side of Daku Sena, Ray. Like, how do they defend this game is gonna be the question. And at the same time, if they are able to defend, can they just, get a way to win this game back?
That's the main question, isn't it? That is the main concern, because Daku Sena right now have been pushed back to their inhibitors, and that is Abhi just gonna emote. I mean, he knows if it does come, the Petrify cooldown is not known by Funny Valentine, and the second thing is, of course, she's immune. She'll just first kill. But yeah, 16-1 score and a massive 10,000 goal lead that LCF have made. This time around, the game is a little bit one-sided, and LCF have played it into their fingertips, and they are really doing a good job. With Rudius most likely going to be using the Divine Judgment to make sure that Jazz is not able to do, and neither Lemon. That's the whole reason 0-4-0 exists on both of their KDA. So does Funny Valentine. The Kaja was an insane value out-of-pocket pick that I feel like Daku Sena was just not prepared to answer for. The Kufra was there. Okay, the recalls are there. But yeah, the Kufra was just there to have some insurance, perhaps stop someone. But it's pretty clear you can't really fight a suppression that easily unless you're able to overwhelm. But Abhi over there wants to distract. He is doing it, and he's escaping it easily because obviously CC immunity can get you anywhere. And the team is back as well. So they're gonna be good, but look at the engages coming in. Hylos, glorious smart way, the ramp is on, and there's the Divine Judgment coming in so in clutch. Oh my god, that was so on point. They take down Pico Predator. The Divine Judgment was literally on the lash, and the leash was straight up on against the bird's neck. That is insane job right there. Oh, okay, that is warranted, of course, that recall. But yeah, Lord's marching in. Most likely, Moskov far away. I don't think he can come back. He doesn't have the SOD.
He doesn't have the SOD, but it seems like there's going to be the knock-up. Lemon already being taken down the mid lane turret. Inhibitor 2. The Lord is at almost a full HP, and at this point, it's going to be Jazz going in, taking down Abhi, but a double kill already being secured by Error. And Team LCF, they're eyeing for that base crystal. It's going to be that shadow kill onto the backline. The members are really low up in the base, and Moji will still be able to back out. Error taken down, but hey, guess what? It's too late. LCF, they were feeling confident, and now you know why, because they are gonna win this game for sure.
I mean, 10,000 goal lead is a massive thing that they were able to achieve it, and because of that, it's pretty clear that their game was completely one-sided domination right from that 5-minute mark. I mean, I would even say 1 minute, but they did invade. Usually, I would say after, like, I would hold it, until 5 minutes. 5 minutes, you can see a little bit of a bounce back coming in, but after the 5 minute, Daku Sena kept on trying and trying, but the chance of them making a comeback was getting slipper and slipper every minute as the goal lead kept on increasing and increasing and increasing, and until that later point, it just became like unsalvageable. They could not make a comeback, and that's why LCF was confident and they delivered it because they knew they're gonna win this 10,000 goal lead. And they are not messing it up. They already had the inhibitors exposed. So the Lord is going to take down the inhibitor. And they just have to focus into the base. And we just saw the burst damage that came in from the combination of Error as well as Hayabusa and Abhi, right? And that he did it without a Holy Crystal. Right? It's just a farm difference. Level 12 and the goal lead as well. That is an insane feat. I do know NT got the MVP. And deserving, of course, he did most of the front lining, 37% of the damage taken, and 79% team fight. But for sure, Rudius and Abhi played a very, very crucial part in making sure that the side of Lapu Lapu and Lemon, they don't get a chance to sign. And Error, he was just like, yeah, I got the space, I get the farm, and now my time to shine. And yeah, he later on delivered that.
Yep. And, it all started with just Rudy stealing away that orange buff, right? That's where they started winning. The moment he got the orange buff, it was already, affirmed that they most probably are going to win that first turtle fight. And we saw the early pick-off too in the mid lane where, they got that kill. And at the same time, I think the small wins, once they accumulate, it gives so much advantage. And you really saw, right, every time Abhi was just at, maybe 10 or 5% HP, he was able to survive despite all the odds. He was like so difficult to catch. And every time Daku Sena were, trying to kill him, trying to go for him, they were unsuccessful at each and every attempt. So I think the way Team LCF played this game was really clean. And at the same time, it was discipline. They were getting engaged, they were getting the objectives, they were getting the advantage, but they were not really throwing the game at the very least. So, like you mentioned, a pretty much easy and dominant game coming in for Team LCF. Daku Sena, they were not really given too many chances to bounce back for sure.
Absolutely. And ladies and gentlemen, that was the match between LCF and Daku Sena. Thank you, obviously, Shinri, for breaking it down. And obviously joining me in this best of 3 series. It was clean sweep. So LCF is going to be getting 3 pointers. So it's still the day 4. There's still 3 days left of it. Let's see what's going to happen into the next few days, of course. But we still have one last game, and it's going to be between Crux Requiem and, of course, IGN duking it out into this very late night stage. Thank you for them to coming in as well. It's really obviously tiring to come at so late at night, but the gamers, obviously, they have the spirits high, and we're going to make the space for them to join in immediately, and we'll be coming back with that match. So make sure you stay tuned on War Drum Games and witness and watch Northeast Underdog Tournament 3.0 and the new sets of casters, or maybe I'll be back. So make sure you stay tuned. We'll be right back with a short break.
Welcome aboard Metro Zero. All souls must remain inside the train at all times. The terminal station is Evergarden Station.
Zero is pulling in. Look alive.
Car 4. Clear.
Car 5. Clear.
Next stop, Evergarden Station. Welcome aboard Metro Zero. All souls must remain inside the train at all times. The terminal station is Evergarden Station.
Zero is pulling in. Look alive.
Car 4. Clear.
Car 5. Clear.
Next stop, Evergarden Station. Welcome aboard Metro Zero. All souls must remain inside the train station is Evergarden Station.
Zero is pulling in. Look alive.
Car 4. Clear.
Car 5. Clear.
Next stop, Evergarden Station. Welcome aboard Metro Zero. All souls must remain inside the train at all times. The terminal station is Evergarden Station.
Zero is pulling in. Look alive.
Car 4. Clear.
Car 5. Clear.
Next stop, Evergarden Station. Welcome aboard Metro Zero. All souls The terminal station is Evergarden Station.
Zero is pulling in. Look alive.
Car 4. Clear.
Car 5. Clear.
Next stop, Evergarden Station. Welcome aboard Metro Zero. All souls must remain inside the train at all times. The terminal station is Evergarden Station.
Zero is pulling in. Look alive.
Car 4. Clear.
Car 5. Clear.
Next stop, Evergarden Station. Welcome aboard Metro Zero. All station.
Zero is pulling in. Look alive.
Garfor.
And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to, of course, Notice Underdogs Tournament 3.0 Season 3, whatever you might call it. Obviously presented by War Drum Games and brought to you by Vista. So, of course, we're going to be moving forward with the last match of the evening, which is going to be between Crux Requiem and IGN. And I'm looking forward to this match, of course. Two of the legacy teams, they are friends as well. And it is going to be a really good best of 3 series. And it's going to be exciting for sure, even though it's pretty late. Thank you so much for obviously the team showing up, because it is quite late, 11:40, yet they're still here, they're present, and they're here to play. I love their punctuality and I love their commitment to, of course, this tournament and the game. It's very rare to see and I respect it. Anyways, obviously introducing myself again and again. I don't need to, but I will for the formalities. I am Ray, and obviously I'm going to be joined by Itami over here, who has the Dark Knight behind him. I know it's pretty late, buddy, but damn, turn on a light in your background. Itami, nice to have you here. Finally, in Nerd Season 3.0.
Yep, finally. Let's say it is my return onto the Northeast Underdog Tournament, and here we are between Team IGN and Crux Requiem, formerly known as Tartarus, and here they are. So by far, I guess IGN, they are doing out pretty well compared to the previous seasons too, and I guess they are yet to concede any loss. Or that most probably should be the case. But with IGN, they recently won a really big tournament that was Prakash Place. So the momentum is definitely there from their side. And Crux Requiem with a new kind of a lineup, but similar members, like 3 of the members are already similar. The synergy is yet to be coming up like it was used to before onto Team Tartarus. So let's just see what will they came up with onto this best of 3 series.
Absolutely. And also, I do think, of course, a lot of people know them as ex-Tartarus right now, right? Crux Requiem. But obviously, I think following with the new identity is always much better. Obviously, it's not that we disrespect their past. We do honor it. But it's always nice to look ahead and not behind, even if the behind might be very beautiful. But the thing is, for Crux Requiem, lately I've been watching their matches. I do think they have yet to get the really good flow. Absolutely. Because I think, obviously, they are kind of old members, but they have a few new, and it does take a time to build up the synergy back again that you have already built up, right? So with the new team inclusion, they are, I would say, a little bit struggling. On the other hand, though, IGN, they have had the same lineups for quite some time now, like almost 6 months. They've had the same lineup, if I'm not wrong. I think there were a few changes here and there. Yes, absolutely. But most of the main 3 trio, Respect, Sojin, and Witch, they have remained the same. Absolutely. So, and Aaron the Creator too, actually. So yeah, 4 members have always remained the same. I think Mirio was switched out once, right? Or was it? I might miss that. But yeah, he was. So they have had a consistent lineup, so I think because of that, it does give them a little bit edge, and IGN has been performing really beautiful lately. But I also, obviously, we in Crux Requiem, we have Kimmy, we have Crisis, we have Eren, and I love the name Joseph have chosen. Such is life. Nah, Joseph, you didn't have to get so real. But anyways, the draft is started, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 1, and we will witness a really great match tonight.
Definitely. And a first ban Fredrin. Okay, that is definitely respect for Zozen, not for Zozen, but sorry, for Joseph actually. And he is quite comfortable with the hero. Considering the fact, Fredrin is something who has made his way back onto the meta as one of the good junglers. I would not say he is definitely an S tier kind of a jungler, because that spot is currently for the YSS as well as for the Lancelot. These 2 guys are quite dominant on the jungle right now. So the 1-1 as well as the Kumar, the Baksha, is getting banned out, and I guess that is going to be your wife onto the ban sections as well, the Jushin. So pretty much regular bans, nothing like fresh or off meta kind of a ban or respect ban, let's say, have been coming up from either of the side of the team.
Yeah, you're actually right, because mainly obviously they're going to be banning out the utility because of course Crux Requiem Joseph has kind of been playing the utility junglers as well. He does excel with these assassins, but he's also been switching to these ones, so they're really doing a good job of IGN just banning out the utility. And of course they cannot give Farsa because it's one of the comfort picks for Eden. So I do think the next match is going to be interesting because sides would be switched, and then they can make a trade perhaps, because Eden also plays Zushin. Right now they cannot give obviously Zushin because Witch also plays Zushin. You should play Zushin. I support Zushin agenda anyway, and I love Witch for that, and I love Crux Requiem for that as well. So anyways, with the last ban most likely going to be coming in, and there we go. The Lancelot is taken out. Make sure respects hero pool with the assassins. So the first match, it's gonna be, I do think I've been waiting for a Kalia first pick actually, Tami.
The fish. Let's see. The fish combination is yet to be coming up. The Kalia as well as the Kadita. So it can be a possible kind of a scenario because the Tsunami Slam as well as the Rough Wave combination can come up quite handy. But speaking of combinations as well as the heroes that has been left out, Respect like picking the YSS as well, and YSS has already been one of the S tier picks onto the meta. Lancelot is banned out, so a really good option as well as a real pick coming out from the side of Team IGN, but you were expecting the fish, and we got the fish. Kalia being pricked out from the side of Team Crux Requiem.
Thank you, Crux Requiem, for bringing in the fish, of course. On the other hand, though, how can I forget the Shinshin, an S tier jungler, SS tier, S. Make it as many S's here as you want. But wait for the double fish. Jinyu would be happy. He was just talking about the double fish. I like double fish as well. I mean, the fish ladies are green and they're nice and their design is good. But yeah, the thing is, giving away the Yushin is honestly kind of concerning and something that I don't prefer it, especially right now into the meta. But what did you say? What do you say? They do have the Kalia and stuff. Nice meal. That's why. Okay, we have a lot of people in the chat. So, anyways, let's
cheer from the crowd.
They do have the Gatot.
Make some noise
and they
for
get
yours
the CC.
truly.
A lot of meta picks actually for the hands of IGN, but Crux Requiem also. The double fish combo is actually quite a hard when you can utilize it well. Sorry, the best. They also go with the Hayabusa over here, Itami. So actually, all these three heroes are really good and all serve a different kind of a purpose. It is pretty fast paced that they're going with the draft. Which one are you liking more? Because on one hand you have Yushin Shin, S tier jungler, CC, S tier EXP Lena. On the other side you have the double fish combo. Jokes aside, Kalia, really great CC and heals. Kadita, one of the stronger bursts, and she really makes other mages vulnerable.
Yeah, and if you ask me, like, who has more of a comfort draft, I would say Team IGN, because of the fact that Zozen, he likes prioritizing the Gado Kata onto the room, and he got his hand onto the Gado too. CC, you know, this EXP laner right now is one of the most prioritized EXPs, I would say. Mostly, even onto the MSC, it was Team TLPH who was first picking the CC. That much of an impact that this hero has onto the laning as well as onto the team fight contribution that happens onto the early turtle fight. So CC has been a really dominant pick. So IGN, they have the comforts too. I like Crux Requiem's draft too because of the Kadita as well as the Kalia, but the problem is the Hayabusa has been kind of nerfed. So, you know, he is not onto that S tier, let's say, but it depends upon the user, and that is Joseph. So that is the case.
Mm-hmm. I do. The Valentina ban is a little weird to me. I do get it. They don't want Kalia's ultimate to be copied because, of course, the Tsunami Slam is a really strong suit. But a Valentina ban was kind of unwarranted. I feel like a marksman ban would have been better because Airtel's still onto the table, Granger's still onto the table. Yes, you can pick one and counter the other. And no, actually, they go in with the Harith for Crisis. I know Crisis is actually really comfortable with the magic damage dealing gold lane, but for a game number one, Harith, we actually have to see the last two compositions because so far Gatot is not that much trouble causing. CC is because she can come back, but Harith is very mobile for CC to catch up. So it's a little bit of a 60-40 thing. But we have to wait out for the last two because the mage is still yet to be picked, and I think it should be a control mage. Maybe it could be a burst one too. We'll have to wait it out and see. I think it's most likely going to be someone that they do ban out the Selena though, Itami. Any guesses for the mage?
Mage, I think
by heaven's
not
mandate.
Novaria.
My
though.
legacy
okay,
shall
Zishan.
end.
Zishan was open the whole time, and I guess it is going to be okay. Aaron, Aaron nowadays he likes prioritizing the ruby as well onto the gold lane. It is a viable pick. I do agree. Onto the laning, she can she is able to do the last touch, then she will be able to maintain up with the goal lead, and the I am offended as well as the flicker combination plays will be coming up quite handy on to when it comes to the team fights. So sustainability is definitely there, and the major damage dealer is definitely going to be that YSS onto the hands of Respect. So Crux Requiem most probably will be completing the draft as well at any time soon as possible. It's only the EXP laner they are going to be requiring, and it is going to be a Uranus. So the Yo-Yo Blitz are just going to be connecting up. Uranus will be just using up his heals. And I guess onto the laning phase, the 1v1 kind of a scenario won't be happening. But when it comes to the turtle fights, these two will be shining up more onto
Call
that.
me a hero, because I saved my nation from falling apart.
Zetian, I was trying to process the process. What was the position of Zetian in this game? This is a combo actually, Yushinshin and Zetian. You mainly use it to get as much as vision as possible, basically legal map hack. And also, both Zetian dishes out the damage when you obviously get the vision. And if you can combine it with a crowd control, you can make it, because she stuns as well, you can use the Yushinshin's Mountain Shocker second phase to dish out the most damage. Not to mention they also have the CC so they can connect two people. They also have the Ruby so they can just pull in 2, 3, or even multiple people. So it is a combination that IGN have cooked up really, really. I feel like this is a very well-made composition that it was actually thought out before the game even began, and this was their plan all along, and they succeeded. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to obviously Nerd 3.0. We're going to be diving to the match number 3, game number 1, best of 3 series, and this is obviously the round robin, and you get the points depending on if this is a clean sweep or a loss or obviously a 2-for-1. But anyways, intercasting as myself, Ray, and I'm joined by Itami. And right now we can see not much action just yet. Obviously, a few pokes here and there, just the teams trading HPs left and right. So Itami, with the rotations and everything, we'll most likely see the first engage on the turtle.
Yep. The turtle should be one of the priorities for either of the sides. It's just the pokes going around. So no aggressiveness, as well as just the disciplined plays, let's say. And Kimi was trying to get out the Letha Wanderer as soon as possible in order to just, not provide the vision for the side of Team IGN. And it's just the basic rotations, as well as Aaron the Creator, he will be trying to freeze out the lanes compared to the Harith, because Harith will be having more of a range advantage, let's say, onto the laning phase. And they are not over-engaging as well, both of the teams. They do know the potential of each other. The turtle will be spawning up anytime soon, and I guess it will be Respect who will be trying to contest the turtle first. YSS, this guy, if you have him onto his team, the damage will also be done, as well as the jungling speed that this guy has. It is a lot advantage.
Yeah, and with the turtle actually being resetted just as I speak, it's not going to be that easy. But okay, with not level 4 yet for the Gatot Kacha, Shojin should be, but comes the Mountain Choker. Most likely they're going to be going in. Look at the Mirio already diving in, and he is not going to get knocked up. Obviously, the Gatot Kacha comes in. There is also the Phoenix Fury over here, but Uranus coming in, additional some damage. Respect might just get melted over here, but the Witch get a kill into Eden. But just like I was saying, Respect will get melted, and he's going to get taken down. But that is a beautiful knockup coming in from the hands of Kimi. 3 people knocked up, but they just, I think they should have just left, because right now Yushinshin is down, so the turtle is obviously going to go into the hands of such Slive. But look at that, they're still trying to fight in. Kimi with the heals is actually coming in with the Tsunami Slam, but there is no one to back him up, except for Uranus, who's most likely not going to be able to dish out enough damage. But Eden is arriving to the scene. CC is trying to buy out as much as time, but Eden will come in here for the last moment and actually get the kill. And with that, 1 for 2. But the turtle obviously going into the hands of Crux Requiem as well. That's basically 3 positive trades.
Indeed. The turtle as well as 2 trades for your side. That is onto the jungler too. So a good call as well as a good opening, let's say, for the side of Team Crux Requiem. The momentum is looking up pretty solid, and IGN, they need to be pulling up onto the A games. Oh, there's engage on Josen. He's all alone.
Yeah, and Gatot will be able to, I always find these Gatot escapes funny because they're like, yeah, bye-bye. But anyways, oh, look at the Mountain Chakra actually being used just to try to take down the buff, and he does secure the purple. That is actually valid, because the ultimate, maybe he lost, but not getting the resources would have diminished his farm a lot.
Yeah, definitely. Getting out the purple buff as well onto the early phases, you can just go out onto the objectives and it would be quite okay-ish, but Respect, he is yet to find out a better trade for the side of Team IGN, and it's actually, it's actually Witch with the only kill for the side of Team IGN right now. And Crux Requiem, slowly but surely, the goal lead is extending, and they are not just over engaging onto any of the scenarios right now. Both of the teams playing it out quite disciplinedly. I think they will be trying to contest for the turtle as soon as possible, but the engages, it's not coming up. The turtle has been spawned, and there you go. Respect once again trying to contest it as well as take it, but Joseph might come up with a clutch.
Oh, look at the engages coming in. Mountain Shocker over here, but Uranus really going in, but that was a flicker combination coming in from Kimi with the slam, but it's not going to be enough, and Respect is taken down. Okay, Uranus will pay for his life, but that's a jungler pretty down, so this is going to be an easy turtle for themselves to get it in free. They're still trying to fight it, because Zohunt did try to commit it, but he does retreat at the last moment. 2 of the team fights, the result has been same, despite the fact that Respect has picked up that Yishin Shin. He's not able to make the impact because Uranus has been in his face. Uranus has been really disrupting so much that right now I'm not really sure, what can Respect do? Because he did try killing Uranus, but the regen is so much.
Yeah, and already falling down twice, being a YSS as well as a jungler is not a good idea. Oh, there's a tsunami slam, and Josen just gets bursted down.
Yeah. And anyways, rotation is being made. A little bit of vision being gathered. 2 to 4 score, 2,000 goal lead, and we also have. Okay, Zetian, not much just yet. I think they're gonna be waiting for the next turtle, and I think the plan is the same. Just disable Respect, and this is a free turtle for them.
Yeah, and looks like Aaron might be trying to engage onto some of the peoples out there, but Uranus, he's quite deep. The taunt is also coming up, but he might be able to escape, but there's the I am offended.
There we go, the I am offended comes in. Respect will finally get his revenge and take down Uranus, but of course Eden gonna be obviously retreating with the easy combination of having his ultimate Rough Waves as an escape option. Right now Respect is trying to bounce back a little bit, trying to get a little bit of resources, but such is life. Onto the bottom lane, gets a little bit of macro control, taking 1 down turret, and the side of IGN is trying to do the same in the mid as well as the top lane, but they are not able to do so just yet.
Yeah, exactly. And for now, Crux Requiem as well as IGN, maybe they are having some kind of trade, but in terms of the macro, I guess CRQ are having more of an advantage, considering the fact they are trying to secure more towers, but okay, 27 is quite deep.
And he's most likely gonna get taken down over here. Mocking you. And this is what you call sides changing, tables turning, whatever you'd like to call it, and yeah, the revenge is there. But at the same time, what's just happened? Because Eden took down Respect with a question mark, of course, and AOG popping in so much damage, so much crowd control that's already been given into this turtle pit, but it's not going to be enough because both of the junglers are gotten down. But there's a Fury of the Phoenix, the ult kill secured, and Aaron the Creator, being the goal laner he is on the Ruby, is actually going to be able to make it a triple. And with that, immediately IGN are back into the game, getting the step up that they needed, taking down the Uranus, taking down such as life. And with it, 7-5 score, and the goal lead is completely equalized. And all they needed was Aaron to come online, and he is right now.
Definitely, and he is one of, like, let's see, he is one of the best goal laners as well. And it's not just the marksman he is comfortable with. He can also use up the Ruby and play as aggressively as a marksman is supposed to play. But there might be some skirmishes, like little skirmishes going around either of the sides. But as soon as the game progresses on the mid phases, it is Team IGN who is coming up online thanks to the itemizations as well as the goal lead. They were somehow able to maintain. But Kimi is right there waiting to use the Tsunami Slam, but unfortunately the Mountain Shocker will be used out in order to, just provide the visions for the side of Team IGN and Eden.
Okay, Eden most likely gonna get taken down because of course that is 5 members flashing on top of him, and he's immediately shut it down. And with that, okay, he did not have 3 kills, but yeah, he was close. Warx done for the Hayabusa, and he's also most likely gonna be building towards that Malefic Roar or maybe a Despair to get the most damage out of it. 8-5 score. Goal lead though remains the same, but let's look at the turret phase. That is what matters, and Hayabusa, such as life, Crux Requiem are way ahead of it. The inhibitor is exposed. The wave management needs to be top tier right now, and they need to use the Zetian and as well as the Yushinshin's ultimate to their most potential. They need to make sure where they are, and they need to make sure the turrets are safe. They just lost out the top tier one as well.
Yeah, exactly. And okay, looks like I'm having some issues. Oh, Ray, look at that.
Okay, oh, look at the engage that's coming in, and looks like the Ruby is trying to sustain so much, and he's actually able to do it with the flicker play. And right now, the usage is online, but oh, he is also taking a lot of damage. But Zohunt coming in from the back, and he wants to go in. There is a way to taking off the damage. The knockup is there, but oh, look at the Petrify combo that's coming in. The great dodge from the Ruby really dodges Eden. But oh, look at the Mountain Chugger coming in, getting some damage and a little bit of vision, but it's not going to be enough because Aaron the Creator will get shut it down. An insane amount of bounty value for the hands of Crux Requiem. A lot of low HPs, and looks like the bodies are going to be falling. 27 surviving with enough of his HP. Just the little bit of shield is going to be help him survive, and Sojian right now will just be forced to retreat as much as he can. But can he? Yes, he does so. Musash is life. Coming in from behind, Yuri is going to be taking the turret damage. Does the Sky Piercer kick in? And he's going to be able to retreat. They do not overcome it. Sojian, that is a little questionable decision. But yeah, they're smart. They're not going to commit to it.
Yep, he was trying to save out the tower, and he is able to do so right now. And by the way, Ray, happy Independence Day. Looks like the Lord will be falling off anytime soon, and it will be Team Crux Requiem actually able to secure an uncontested Lord for their side. And yeah, it is an uncontested Lord. And so far, the tower advantage is also with them. They have a 3-tower advantage as well as a gold lead following, but IGN, they are not that behind when it comes to the gold lead.
Yeah, and happy Independence Day to all the audience, of course. This is after all 12 a.m., but we'll wish you tomorrow as well. Don't worry about it. But yeah, the score sits at 8-7. And with that, 12 minutes in, the Lord's marching down from the bottom lane. The inhibitor is a little bit exposed. IGN looks like they're back into that vulnerable position where and the creator will have to make another really good I am offended play.
Yep, exactly. And the I am offended will be coming up quite onto the clutch, but there might be some engages coming around onto the top. Before that, the lane sinking is trying to be done from the side of Team Crux Requiem. The towers yet to be, like the shields are yet to be up, and they're not over engaging. I kind of like that. And Team IGN, they're trying to hold it out, trying not to overextend onto any team fights, but Respect, he needs to find some better trades, but there might be an engage.
Yeah, most likely gonna be an engage over here, and I do think, oh, okay, the bases, there's a lot of minions and stuff. But overall, I think they're going to be able to make it. But oh, look at the Tsunami Slam that's happening. But the Phoenix of the Fury, that is so beautiful. But the AOG also connects in. But the Purify was just there for Christ, and he's not going to get stuck in all of the midst of it. And it looks like it's going to be instead Zoshen taking a lot of the damage into the face. But look at the behind. Ibusa's going in with the damage, but he's not going to be able to take down anyone, and he will retreat over there. But they will take down the inhibitor. Oh, Hayabusa, such as life has to retreat because the CC had the Yo-Yo Blitz on top of him as well as the curtain call. But look at that. 2 inhibitors down, only 1 left. And with this, Crux Requiem is in a solid position to just relax a little bit and just let the game flow, and they will basically ultimately get it with basically another Lord. But oh, it looks like they want to commit to it. Look at the conceal play. Maybe they will go in, maybe they go on, but that might be a mistake. But oh, look at the amazing, beautiful engage that came in from my end, the creator with that I'm offended, and immediately capitalized on it, got 2 kills. But at the same time, respect had to pay off with his life, and he got taken down as well with it. Such as life will retreat, and the rest of the members will also try to regroup. 2-for-2 trade, a 50-50, and even the score is 10-for-10, but the goal lead is a little bit into the hands of Crux Requiem.
Yeah, respect, not having that great of a time with the viruses like we were expecting him to do, and Joseph is more comfortable onto the Hayabusa, and it's actually showing up. He already has 3 kills registered onto his name, and even if he doesn't have the assist, he is able to keep up with the farm. So far so good, and looks like Crux Requiem, they will be waiting it out for the second Lord. But the question is, IGN, most probably they will be trying to contest it, but it is a 50-50 chance. They might actually get wiped out, considering the fact that Aaron as well as Mizio are still not up to the position to be contesting out for the Lord. But yeah, nor is Crux Requiem right now. They are not engaging onto the Lord as well, waiting it out.
Yeah, and right now with a lot of damage is actually on the table for the hands of course, the IGN. And look at the itemization. Ruby is going for obviously the semi-damage. Look at the body slam. The whole Ocean getting stuck a little bit over there, but uses the AOG to get retreat out of it. But is it going to be enough? Because look at that. The damage is getting melted out really, really fast, and Crisis will get a kill on that man. But look at that. The damage is dead. Eden goes in and actually takes down and the creator, who does not have any magic defense. And with that, Winter Crown for a Uranus. That's an interesting one. But look at the damage is coming in. Such as life will take down Witch. And with that, only 2 members are going to be left standing, and the inhibitor is going to be exposed, as well as the base. A minion wave does rush in. Can they make it? Can they happen? And looks like it's going to be, because Irrespect will fall down. CC is doing absolutely best, but it's not going to be happening because the base will ultimately fall, and Crux Requiem will get a 1-pointer for themselves in this best of 3.
Wow. I guess, draft was not exactly the problem because it was balanced out, but Crux Requiem, they relied more onto their comfort, and it worked out. The double fist combination, we finally were able to show up with a fist combination, and there you go, Crux Requiem getting the first point, and they have the match point advantage for the side as well. IGN, they did it out pretty okay, but I guess onto the early fights that happened, it was the Crux Requiem who had more of an upper hand.
Yeah, and with it, it really looks like that IGN actually did have a really solid composition. The really difference maker was that I feel like I just feel like the execution was there much better. Honestly, it's an execution thing. Both of the teams actually had really solid draft. You might raise a point that maybe Undercreator not playing marksman kind of deterred their team. Maybe the late game, I do agree, but Yushenshin is there to help out that, to balance it out, the late game, because Yushenshin is one of the stronger heroes in that department. So I think they do have an extremely solid draft. Maybe you might think that Zetian position is a little bit odd, but I do think she was a good option against Kadita, because of course she has a barrier that Kadita cannot easily come in, nor can Kimi go in, and a good positioning can stop it. So I do think the draft was actually good on both ends. And I feel like this is where actually Crux Requiem a little bit shined up brighter, and they were able to get the upper hand. And now they are able to just get the win of this first game. And we're going to be heading to the second one as soon as possible. And it's going to be a it's going to be interesting to see if it's going to be a clean sweep, because of course I think they do want a clean sweep because it's pretty late. But if it does go to a third game, it's always interesting because it does test your endurance, your stamina, because it's pretty late. It's past 12. It's already Independence Day. I mean, I can tell my grandchildren I cast it from non-Independence Day to Independence Day.
Yeah, of course. And for now, it will be Crux Requiem who will be having a little bit of a lead onto this series, and it will be depending the points table and the round table. It will determine it a lot because IGN as well as CRX, they are quite. I think they are actually onto the top four, onto the standings as of currently, onto the round robin. So each point is going to be mattering, and by far Crux Requiem as well. We did say it is the former TRT, right? But there is no Kyle and Crisis. He has been one of the difference makers too. He was on to Eliminators before, and he did change some teams, but still he is considered one of the best gold laners from India, and he is matched up with the powerhouses of India. They were the powerhouses too. So it is working out pretty well, but the problem is the synergy. We were kind of a little bit of doubting it, but Crux Requiem, slowly but surely, they're getting onto it.
Yeah, I definitely think, sorry, I definitely think the execution, obviously I've been mentioning it a lot. I do think having experience and a lot of practice for sure. But I don't think IGN was lacking in behind. There were a lot of moments where we could clearly see that IGN had the upper hand at many places, and they were able to almost get close to having win the fights and everything. But I do think that with this all done and dusted, I definitely feel, I have a feeling that maybe IGN can actually pull up next game. But we'll see. But because I do think IGN had the game in their grasp, it's just that Crux Requiem was just played better. That's what I would definitely say. But this time around, I think the Zushin ban will come from IGN because, of course, Eden does play the Zushin, but at the same time, I would recommend the Farsa ban so they can pick Zushin. Just a side though, I'm curious what IGN is going to do because Eden, he is very comfortable with two heroes.
They call
that
me
is
a
Farsa
hero
and one is Zushin.
because I saved my nation from falling apart.
It's going to be mattering a lot. Oh, look at that. They will ban out the Yushin Shin. They still respect it. They know it did not work out for them. Doesn't mean it's not going to work out for others as well. It's a easily S tier hero. But yeah, there we go, Itami. And with that, the bans are going to be coming in. Any predictions and anything?
Kadita maybe can also be a ban option because Crux Requiem. Funny thing is, IGN picked out the vices before they banned it out for themselves. Crux Requiem, they picked out the Kalia for themselves, and this time they are banning it out.
See value in me?
They go out with the position, which is understandable. If you go out for the utility, he is a great counter, and he's just going to be tossing you here and there. So you would definitely want to avoid that. IGN, they are going out with the draft, and two junglers banned now already onto the first phase. So, they are banning out Joseph's comfortable heroes, but the thing with Vices is, I think Joseph, he doesn't prioritize it quite much. Doesn't mean that Vices is a bad hero, like you already said. The meta is definitely there. Bakshia, once again, 3 junglers, as well as a roam, let's say, because the Bakshia is quite flexible, and Crux Requiem went out with a Farsa too, so, which also had the options, so does Eden. Eden is also comfortable with the Farsa. And the question is going to be, will they prioritize an EXP lane, or maybe one of the heroes that has been left out from the ban section? Will Eden go out for the Kadita again? But okay, an SPA juggler we were mentioning, before it was the Vices, this time it is going to be the Lancelot.
Yeah, and I think it's mainly because Joseph. Such is life is Joseph, guys, and Joseph really loves playing that Lancelot, even in matches when it actually doesn't make sense. So yeah, he's one of those guys, a Lancelot fanatic, if you'd say. But yeah, overall, I do think what was it again? What was it? Giving away the 1-1 to Aaron though, I doubt that, because last game they did ban it out, and Crux Requiem actually banned out the. Okay. This was their plan. They wanted the Lancelot all the way from the beginning. That's why they banned out the Comfort Hero or Witch as well. It's pretty funny that Eden and Witch have similar comfort heroes, which is a Farsa as well as a Zushin. And there we go, the Fish Lady comes in because of course the Fish Lady is also favorite of both of them. And we just saw Eden do some dance with it, with the fish, with the waters and everything. Chum chum chaya. And let's see which do the little bit of same dance with the fish as well. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, happy Independence Day. Of course, it's 15 August right now. It's past 12. So happy Independence Day, India. Enjoy. And anyways, let's obviously focus onto the game as well, because you're here for the games, right? Independence events will happen throughout the day, and you guys will get to see it. Anyways, there's the Selena coming in from Crux. So Eden, I do think he's comfortable with it, but it's gonna matter because there's a 1-1. 1-1 is not easy to stun. But IGN, what's gonna be your response?
Yep, as well as the Gatot Kacha though. So Gatot here mostly is a flex pick, but Kimi likes prioritizing the Gatot. So I'll keep the Gatot Kacha as the roamer. And 27, I guess he will be taking his time in order to pick out the EXP hero. There are a lot of options actually. I don't see the Yuzong pick quite coming up from one of the top teams, but he is still a viable gold laner, but not a gold laner, the EXP laner. So is with the Arlet, and IGN, they decided to go out with the Kung Fu Panda. It looks like the Akai is getting prioritized on most probably onto the jungler, because he is more of an objective based hero. He doesn't do the damage, and I guess they will be leaving it out onto Aaron for the damage, like for the late game damage, let's say, and Witch as well to do the 1v1 burst kind of a scenario. The Selena can be the target, but the thing is, she does has the mobility too.
One thing I really love, the fact that Kadita is on the right side and she's facing left, and Selena is on the left side, she's facing right. It's like two anime characters like about to fight. It's a really cool pose actually. Yeah, like it's really like the best of something. Yeah, it's really nice. It's really nice. I mean, Crux, if their Crux picked up the Karita, she would have been facing the other side, and Selena would have been facing the other side. Sometimes coincidences are fun, and I love to see these little details. I just like to point out, it feels fun for me. But anyways, there's gonna be everybody's going kung fu fighting with the Akai, which is funny enough. He actually doesn't do much kung fu. He just punches and stuff. I would have, to be fair, that is kind of more accurate to another panda that we know of. But anyways, second phase of the bans are coming in. The CC would have obviously been the ban. I was actually surprised CC was left out open, and none of them actually picked up. I almost forgot to mention it. I think IGN would have picked it up for themselves too, but maybe since it did not work out last game, they are just like, hey, maybe we should just keep it on pause. But at the same time, let's not give it Crux Requiem, because of course it might be an issue for us. Akai is squishy. And the same thing for Phoveus actually. I'm surprised they did not go for the Phoveus immediately when the one was picked up. But I do think the reason is that they want to make sure Eden gets the Selena, which he is comfortable with.
Yeah, and 2 EXPs, and actually it's 3 EXP bans onto the second phase. The Irithel is only the optional thing, which is understandable because Irithel is a natural counter for that 1-1. The movement as well as the burst that comes up from the Irithel. And when you combine her with the Malefic gun, you have the range advantage. So if Aaron actually somehow ends up losing onto the gold lane phase itself, then the entire team will be struggling. So a valid reason why they just banned out the Irithel. And looks like Team IGN, they will be taking their time in order to just pick out next of the heroes. Most probably an EXP laner or maybe even a Zoom. So okay, that is going to be a high loss pick. Asuya definitely wouldn't have liked the high loss, but okay.
Time to take the field.
Decided to go out with the high loss pick, and the Bruno is coming up from the side of Team Crux Requiem. No, 1v1 kind of a scenario.
This land is our homeland,
going up
and it will soon be your burial
ground. And there you go, one of the best EXP laners right now, the Lapu Lapu.
Night sky tells
Again,
all.
there is something fun I want to mention. Bruno and Lapu Lapu are like standing like this. One dude is like this, and one dude is like this. Yeah, I just find these things funny. Yeah, it is fun. But overall, even Esmeralda and Akai both are like something like this. Everybody's posing like they're matching the poses. It's fun. But anyways, both of the drops have done, and And Lapu Lapu is obviously, I should have expected that to be coming, of course, because that's a Lapu. And I do think every game at this point has a Lapu right now. But the Esmeralda, it's actually a favorite for NT. We just had the LCF match. He would have been loved to see it, but looks like the Esmeralda are going to go into the hands of course, IGN. Game number 2, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the Land of Dawn, and we're going to be witnessing game 2 of the last match of tonight. It's pretty past midnight. I respect, and his team for staying up so late, and as well as Crux Requiem for coming in so late and obviously accepting the schedules and everything. I love the fact that they were so cooperating, and I just wanted to give it a shout out because after all, I love teams who do put in effort. But anyways, let's focus into the game and let's look what's happening into the screen. Anyways, the ones who will tell you what's on the screen, it's myself, Ray, and I'm joined by Itami over here.
Yep, thank you for this, Rory. And this is the match point for the side of Team Crux Requiem. So, can IGN actually come up with a reverse sweep? That is going to be one of the questions out here. Eden is trying to prioritize that. Okay, looks like he is just helping out the Lancelot in order to get the level 4. Though he already got it, it will be helping them onto the farms, which is all alone.
And he gets taken down immediately. You called it, and he got taken down. Oh, a little bit of a lane pressure, a lane hold by Aaron the Creator. He is freezing it just to make sure, but at the same time, he can't be doing it repeatedly, and he decides to back off because the turtle's going to be coming in.
Yep, and the turtle yet to be spawning. Like, the turtle will be spawning on 2 seconds, but they have already lost out the mid lane. Oh, 27, the skews is Reflector, but okay, that will be the falling star moon right on to 27, but still, he will be buying enough time onto the mid side in order to get Joseph the turtle. The Crux Requiem once again looking a pretty more advantageous when it comes to the objectives, as well as on the kill trades. Kimmy is quite low, he might just go back, but oh, the vessel trap will be missing from Eden, and there you go. A one trade as well as the turtle going around for the side of Team Crux.
Yeah, absolutely. And with this 1-for-1 score and the difference of the turtle, I do think it's going to be not mattering much just yet because of course it's the early game. So it's still a 50-50 still. So we have to go for the second or the third turtle, definitely for sure. But I do think that what is it? I do think the 1-1 impact is the 1-1 impact is a little bit what do you say? The fact that only Gatot is the one that she can activate her ultimate the best, it kind of hinders her performance because if Kimmy maintains a distance, 1-1 will have a lot of difficulty. On the other hand, Crisis can free ball, literally, pun intended, because he's a balls man with the football. Unlimited balls, because how does he keep bringing them back? He's a reality manipulator, if anything. He's a mage. But anyways, pressure into the bottom lane.
Yeah, the lane freezing is actually coming up, and Crisis is the one who is having more advantages onto it. The gold lane battle, there it comes around. Crossbow of Tank passive is yet to be used up, but Crisis just gets ganked up from 3 people. He just goes down onto the process trying to freeze down the lane.
And it was up to no surprise because, of course, I feel like Crisis should have stayed inside the thread for sure about that. But anyways, the score is 1-4-2, and we're going to be seeing the next turtle coming in. This is what I was talking about. Such is life over here. Just clearing out the lane, getting a little bit of an XP, and making sure Mirio stays busy for a few seconds while Lapu Lapu is coming back. The turtle comes in, and Heavy Spin is on the table. So is most of the ultimates. There is the ramp already into the map, but there is go. The Lapu Lapu going in, and so is the AUG. That is a beautiful ultimate coming in. Kimi will take down Witch again, but Respect does secure a turtle for himself. And the crossbow of Tang was already used and getting taken down only for the Gatodo. But they're still going to be fighting. They're still going to be going, and looks like, the bodies haven't fallen yet, the next ones. But the Kimi will just retreat out of there, knowing that it's kind of pointless, but he's still trying to scout and look out for Eden. On the other hand, though, Crisis seeing out some damage, getting a little bit of a turret gold. I do think this was IGN favor.
Yeah, and Crisis, even if he was able to land some hits onto the gold tower, the thing was Aaron just went onto the mid side, he got the kill trade. So I guess he is still able to keep up with the goal lead. Crisis has, there was the abyssal arrow right onto the time, but Johnson was there to protect the 1-1 at least for now, but they might actually come up with a turret dive, or not just yet, because Witch is back onto the backup.
Yeah, absolutely, and look at that. They're charging in. The AOG will be used to retreat, but looks like the first one to fall victim is not Eden, who survived it with just 1 HP. That is some good stuff right there. And he's still persisting, bro. Come on, Eden, go back, man. You're giving me a heart attack. I wouldn't like to stay in that HP at all. But he actually has a good amount of communication. He's like, hey, they're not going to be coming any closer. I can stay for just a while. But look at that. They're going to be pressuring the bottom lane, and so is done by Such Is Life. They pressure the top lane, and with it, looks like it's the side of Crux Requiem getting a little bit of an equal trade. They get the top and they get the bottom. And with this, 1-1 also gets a wind talker. Such As Life might just get taken down over here, but he does use the retribution to get out of it.
Yep, he does use it, and Mirio still being a little bit persistent onto that, trying to chase up onto Joseph, but still not able to do so. The turtle will be up anytime soon, so it is going to be actually a crucial turtle, because IGN as well as Team Crux Requiem, the goal lead looks pretty much, it looks pretty much equal to me, and this turtle fight, it will be a lot contributing for both of the side of the teams, but Respect is the one who is starting to contest it first, but there will be the engages coming around.
Yeah, and the stun was there, but obviously they couldn't go, but you can clearly see the damage is already making a little bit of an net back, but Respect will be getting the turtle. The 5 members are here, and they're looking for a little bit of blood. Meanwhile, Such As Life is doing that sneak a little bit of a play, getting the macro control, but obviously you can't underestimate IGN, who is going to be doing the same, because look at that, the top lane pressure, it's going to be up, and they're most likely trying to push it as well. There is Lapu Lapu coming in just to defend it, and they are able to do so. On the other hand, I really like the Mirio and Joseph matchup. They fight and they just decide to leave.
Yeah, EXP kind of a battle going around, but anyways, there is the bravest fighter coming up onto Johnson. There are some engages as well, but still the rough is being used out. AOG right on time, but Crisis is able to get a kill onto Johnson, but there is a stun up, but Such As Life is able to get a kill onto Adam, the creator. Flicker was coming up from Eden in order to secure the kill, but it won't be happening. There is a false star boon onto 2 people, but IGN doesn't have the follow-ups right now. 2 of the members are already down, and it is Johnson as well as Aaron the creator, so not a good call exactly. Bravest fighter as well as the Flicker combination will be coming up onto Rio. That was not something he was expecting. That is Respect as well. And there you go, another tower secured for the side of Team Crux.
And that is a very on-point stun, but the shield will save him. And at the same time, it's a tank, so the damage wasn't enough. But if it was anyone else on that HP, that was a kill secured. Nobody could have saved him. But yeah, overall, it is really impressive what Team Crux Requiem has immediately just suddenly changed the pace of the game, because it just felt like IGN was back again into control. But no, it's not. The Bruno has a lot of crit damage right now, stacking it up with the passive of that Steel Legs, was it? I forgot. But yeah, the other hand, we also have the 1-1 just really trying to push in the turrets, getting a little bit of a macro control. But on the other hand, yeah, they will be able to get it. But the Lord's going to be spawning in 2 seconds, 1 second, make it a 0, because look at that, the pressure is there, the damage from the Bruno is a little bit too much. Respect is getting melted down a little bit too. Crisis tries to dodge it with the regen, but it's not going to be enough because he doesn't have lifesteal. But on the other hand, Such As Life comes to clean house, and he does take down the Akai. He's trying to do the same. He wants to take down Witch, but he's not going to be able to do so because the Creator comes in from behind with the bouncing of that E-Girl, and he's going to be able to take down the Lancelot. But at the same time, look at the positioning. Sojen is trying Kimi is doing his best to survive, but it's not gonna be enough overall though. What's happening? Mirio. He gets taken down as well. No, not Mirio. Mirio took down the other one. For a second I mixed up the name, sorry. But yeah, they're gonna be able to get the Lord. 6-7, under 10 minutes. IGN again. This is a full-on tug-of-war, push-and-pull game. Can't really focus on who's actually the one in lead, because at this point it feels like it might be anybody's game.
Yeah, it was almost a wipeout actually for the side of Team Crux. So they need to be working it out. When it comes to team fights, IGN are having more of an advantage, let's say, because of the defense as well as the itemizations they have already acquired. So, the lead keeps on extending, and IGN, they currently have a slight of a lead. If Team Crux Requiem as well as Crisis, if he is able to position himself and he doesn't get taken down before his team members, then maybe the damage potential will be coming up. It's only Crisis as well as Joseph, the main damage dealers for the side of Team Crux Requiem. Eden is also there. He hasn't fallen down even once. But the thing is, he doesn't have kills acquired onto his name. He just uses the EOG in order to escape. The Lord is marching down from the top side, and I guess the lane sinking, it's still not quite up to the point. Oh, never mind. The Lord is already down.
Pretty fast, isn't it? That's the damage. That's the difference, and they have made a really good impact of it. But hey, 67 scores, still a bit of discipline. But oh, look at the damage indicator. Does pop up the Wind of Nature just at time. He's bouncing so hard because of the Inspire. But he is able to survive it. The burn damage almost took him down. Not burn damage, actually. It was, I think, endless. No, some. Oh, I think there's War X, right? Or was it the other item? But yeah, he did receive a lot of damage, actually. And I almost thought one was going to take it down, but he did survive it.
Yeah, and for now, IGN as well as Crux Requiem, they're not engaging as of fact, but the thing is, the game is pretty equal in my opinion, and tower advantage is also not favorable. So whichever team who will be having the better team fight onto the next upcoming clash will be getting closer more onto the victory. And considering the fact Crux Requiem already have the match point onto their name, but there is a turn, Respect just goes back. He is an Akai, so sustain is definitely there, and he is not a damage dealer. He is the one who is supposed to make the set for his team. Heavy spin, as well as if he is able to pin down some of the people, then it might come up quite handy. And the creator is trying to do the sneak from the back, but it is a Lancelot after all, and he already has a lot of immune down to his name. The Lord will be spawning anytime soon, and which he already got a glowing as well as the genius one. So itemizations wise, I guess Joseph is about to complete it, and I would actually like to look at the gold laners. How much gold difference do they have compared to each other? Crisis has almost 9k, and I guess Aaron could pretty much have the same. And yeah, it is almost the same, but Aaron has a slight of a high lead, let's say, compared to team, compared to Crisis. And there is the Lord. It's already up. Which team will be contesting it first?
Oh, there's a good item for Mirio over there. He just got the Twilight Armor.
Aaron.
Life is trying to chase. EOG just pop in. He immunes it with that second skill, Purify. And because of it, he just takes a little bit of damage, but he doesn't get stuck and he's able to go back to the base. But since Aaron is not present, this might just be a green light and they're really trying to commit to it. But Respect, he still has the heavy spin. He might just come in for it, because look at that, there's a lot of focus into the Lord bit. They might just go in, but look at the damage that's coming in from this snap. Kadita, too nasty. Clutch steal for Respect, literally notified into the game. That's how good that point was. It looks like Crisis is clapping back though. There's a lot of damage, but the Lord is down. 4 members is completely off the table. They're not going to be respawning back very soon, but they do have the turrets. They do have the turrets to buy them a little bit of time. Such as Life can come back very soon, and so can the Lapu Lapu as well. They just need to buy time. They just need 5 seconds. That one minion, can it make it happen? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and that minion will not be getting into the base. And fortunately, Crux Requiem will be able to defend. Having the macro control did save them, and ultimately they haven't lost just yet. The score is 7-11 at 12 a.m. But yeah, anyway, so Lancelot wants to go in. Xingqing combination, he really comes back, but with the damage, the heavy spin used, a lot of damage being dished out, but the Wind of Nature coming in. Lapu Lapu is forced to retreat. He really needs to go back. The Esmeralda absorbing his shields, and he does go back, but Aaron surviving at 1 HP each time. They needed. There should be a achievement for that, surviving at 1 HP. That Petrify came on point, and Such as Life will get taken down. Mirio with Ice Skin 1 as well. A little bit of offensiveness right there. And this is where Eden is kind of falling off. He's not able to do anything much other than just give the stunts. So because of it, it looks like I'm not sure what they can do. Their mid lane is not able to do it. Meanwhile, Witch, on the other hand, just took down Lancelot all by himself. That is something really, really amazing. And right now, they're charging into the base. They're trying to take down the inhibitors. The heavy spin is already into the table. They're really trying to defend the minion waves. And Eden will finally fall, even though he did not have any kills. He had 0 deaths. And right now, it's not going to be mattering because he's going to get taken down. 4 members are trying to pressure in. It looks like this might just push into a game number 3, ladies and gentlemen, because IGN is relentless.
Definitely, and with no towers remaining, Crux Requiem, the defense is looking out pretty tough. And unless Team IGN make a misplay, I don't actually see the comeback happening onto this game. If they lose out some members onto the next upcoming team fights, then maybe the scenario would have been quite different. But the thing is, they have towers for their side, and they have the better map control too. All they got to do is make sure that Aaron is still there onto the position to be dealing out the damage, and if he's able to do so, that actually will be more favorable for the side. But Joseph, he still has quite of a lead, but it's already onto the late game phase, and goal lead is not going to be mattering that much anymore. One good team fight from either of the sides, it will be deciding the entire pace of the game.
Yeah, and already IGN has basically exposed the base so much that it honestly feels like we're just waiting for an inevitable end where IGN just takes this game. And I feel like that's going to be the main case, because I just don't see it. How is it going to happen right now? Because they can't come for the Lord. There's nothing they can do about this base. There's no inhibitors left. Their damage is there, but the fact that the 3 sustains are just taking so much of it. Lancelot is doing his absolute best, but it's not enough. Look at that Bruno. He's just stopping Eden from dying. And it's not enough. What can they do? Because on the other hand, such as like stalling, but the stalling is not going to be enough. He's doing his absolute best. Winter Crown, Immortality, dash away. Kyrie moment over here.
It didn't happen.
It can't happen. Too much damage, and the Lord is coming in. And looks like, ladies and gentlemen, we're in for a game number 3, because I can't see how Crux Requiem can defend this. Bruno is there, but the damage is not much. Look at the frontliners dishing out so much damage. Even the crossbow of Tang does activate, but their Winter Crown is doing as much as work as they can. They're really pushing off a defense, but look at the heavy spin as well. They are doing everything in their power, but Respect is already locked into the base. The Lord is charging in. There's only 2 people defending a base against the charge of IG and 5 men, and it's not gonna be enough, as we will see and witness a game number 3. Oh my god, it's gonna go late.
Yep, and I guess this is the return of my War Drum, my return onto the War Drum, and we will be having a third game onto the final series for the night. And yep, it will be going around against, it will be Team IGN against Team Crux Requiem, the final game to decide the match. And really good performance from the side of Team IGN actually compared to the first one. It didn't work out for the side, and the game actually went longer compared to the first game too. So I guess the draft was not exactly an issue. The problem was definitely the execution, let's say. Eden, he was connecting onto the abyssal arrows, but the thing is, he was not able to acquire some kills. The finishing blow was not coming up from the Selena, and if early game wise, if the Selena was able to land up more abyssal arrows and maybe get some kill trades, maybe the scenario would have been quite different.
I do think Eden's pick was obviously, by statistics, you can clearly say it's kind of a wasted. He did land a lot of good stuns, though. That is something that obviously you have to acknowledge no matter what happened. But it's just the fact that the impact of Selena is really, really heavily mattering on the early game. Once it's done and you can't do a snowball, it's just really, really hard to make any form of comeback. And because of it, we can just see that IGN, I gotta give it up to Aaron, the creator, though. He only has 1 death because he did not die. He was surviving at 1 HP moment so many times. And it's just a great experience overall. IGN will get this win, and we're gonna be seeing a game number 3.
Yes, exactly. And game number 3, I guess, I do hope both of the teams, they will be coming up with their full might like they were doing onto the previous 2 games, because it's already been quite late. And here we are onto the final game, let's say, for the night. And looking at the damage done as well as everything, Crisis had the highest damage amount from both of the sides. It is a Bruno. It is like understandable. You will be having the highest damage still, but thing is, it's kind of pointless if you're not able to win the game for your side, like for the side of your team. Like it is more of a teamwork kind of a thing. But I think Bruno pick here was okayish. The problem, like I already said, as the game progressed, IGN were the ones who came up with better trades. And even if they were kind of behind when it came to the kill trades after the clash happened, they still fought it off. The goal difference was not that massive, even if they ended up losing 3 of the members, and that kind of a scenario happened. So I guess either way, IGN as well as CRQ, they will be actually performing their absolute best onto the game 3 as well, Ray.
Absolutely. I just found it funny. I had lightning fast reflexes. My camera was off like when the transition was happening, and I turned it on immediately. Yeah, for a second I was like, "Damn, I'm gonna become the Dark Knight myself," but looks like I'm not gonna be. And of course, Itami, anything you want to say? You have a lot to say.
No. Not actually
you have a lot to say,
but
bro.
let's say,
No, you have a lot to say, bro. Come on.
I just hope the game ends pretty much soon because it's already been late. I'm kind of sleepy, to be honest, but they're keeping us entertained either way. So it is what it is, man. I hope the draft begins soon. And okay, thank you so much. It actually did.
Yeah, it has to, because they're also rushing and we're also rushing. It's already gonna be 1 a.m. by the time this game ends, and damn.
See value in
Anyways,
me?
Crux Requiem and IGN have basically 1 pointers, and right now it's down to a best of 1 series, basically, right? It's one winner takes it all. But the thing that's going to be differentiating is going to be the fact that past 2 experiences will impact how this draft goes around. They can't really give out the Farsa, neither the Zushin. There's also the contention of the 1-1, which will be immediately banned out. Just like I mentioned, they should have actually not let it open, because it's a signature for Aaron right now. He really loves playing that 1-1, and it really works 90% of the time. And this was obviously one of those 90%.
They call me a hero because
They
I
really
saved
did
my
think
nation
they could make it
from falling
10,
apart.
but it did not really come to fruition. And yeah, the Yushin is also gonna get banned out over here.
Yeah, why it is banned is understandable. Like I've already said it, an STR jungler, so he is mostly prioritized or either banned out. So that is the kind of a hero he is. And CRQ, they are going out with the 1-1 ban, which is understandable because Adam was the one who picked it out, and it worked out pretty well for his side. Even if an Irisal pick comes off 1-1, if she is somehow able to outrun the Irisal, I don't think the counter pick will actually work. That is the kind of MM the 1-1 is. She has a lot of movement, as well as once she is able to land up the passes with a crossbow tank, the ultimate pops up. It can be the game changer. So that is the kind of pick 1-1 is. And speaking of another pick that would have been quite comfortable for both of the sides, the Farsa, Rich as well as Eden, they both love prioritizing it, and they just banned it out. The range from the Feather Day Strike, we won't be seeing it out onto this game. And IGN, they are almost able to complete, almost about to complete the draft. It is looking pretty similar to me. I guess it was on game 1 or game 2. The same set of 3 heroes. Yeah, was on to the game number 2. 3 jungler bans.
And anyways, IGN and Crux Requiem right now, what do you say? The bans are done, and I think, yeah, it's basically the same actually. IGN bans out the same thing. Crux Requiem bans out the same thing, but hey, Zushin is open, so Witch, come on, pick it up. No, actually, what is this? IGN is picking... they are picking first pick heroes for Crux Requiem. It's pretty funny, but I think Eden, you gotta bring
Tail's been itching for a real fight.
It's a comfort hero, and I'm gonna be supporting Crux now. Sorry, IGN, but yeah, I have to bring out something. Yeah, obviously, I've gotta bring it out. It's the only thing that's keeping me awake. My wife.
Yeah, your wife is there. Your wife is actually on 3 of the places right now.
Yeah.
Onto your background, the model, as well as down there on the back.
I am vengeance
Again, they went out with the Lancelot instead of giving it out. A safe choice, let's say, because Joseph was the one who picked it out before. And this time, Alan the Creator is getting his hands on to the Moscow. So, going up against the Moscow, you can go out the Granger. I haven't seen any Granger game onto the series, let's say. Both Crisis as well as...
None.
Yeah. Crisis as well as Aaron, they like picking out the Granger, but for now, they are not just going it out for them. Maybe because of the fact, like, if you go out with a Granger, they will go out with a more of a utility kind of a draft. And if that comes up, even if you have a Sri Halberd, and if you don't have the goal lead, then Ranger actually is not able to pop up the passive of Sky Piercer. That's what happens mostly. So
I am not the only one bound by these chains.
And, a Phobius pick has been coming up, so they are kind of trying to deny the mobility that Lancelot actually has.
Yeah, and Phobius will also work out for one thing. Of course, he's a very heavy sandbag. Kadita and Lancelot cannot burst him down easily. And even Katot faces a main issue because Katot has a dash to use the taunting. And because of it, it's pretty evident. But they do ban out the Akai because right now with this composition, Akai can actually work well because you can go really frontliner and just make sure that Crisis gets the most space, and then obviously the Zushin will be the one doing most of the heavy lifting, literally lifting people up, and then Phobius will be the sandbag, and Kalia will be the pickoff. So a Kai ban really makes sense, and not to mention it's just really, really good to steal objectives. That's the main thing. So yeah, and the first 3 picks actually really good, and bans are not surprising.
Night
it's kind
Sky
of
tells
like paying
all.
respect to each other a lot more. And yeah, there we go. The Esmeralda also was causing havoc.
Esmeralda, okay. I'm not gonna say it. Shout out to STG though. If you get it, you get it. Anyways, the final bans will be okay. Akai has been banned out from the side of Team IGN. They're not giving it out to Crux Requiem as well. Joseph will not be getting out the Akai, though I don't see him often onto the Akai pick. The Respect was the one who picked out the Akai when he faced off the Lancelot. So it might actually work out when it comes to securing the objective. So that's what one of the reasons it would have been banned out. That, hey Ray, did you notice something? IGN just went out with 5 jungler bans. Akshay can actually also be a roamer, but
no, it's actually 5 jungler bans. Against Crux Requiem, Bakshay is a jungler. Damn, that's a lot of respect for Such is Life.
Magic is my
Who really said Such is Life, my heroes get banned. That's funny. That's pretty funny. But yeah, overall, what do you say? The Harriet has been picked up, which will obviously help the Phobius was obviously more of an insurance, and I should have seen the Harriet pick coming in because, of course, that's a pick for Crisis as well. On the other hand, though, the IGN, I think they'll go for, since there's... I think Airtel wouldn't be a bad choice, but yeah, she's going to be suffering. We are going to be seeing a debut of a Glue.
Experience
because we haven't had him action. And the joining here, Itami, you manifested it. Go enjoy, yap a little bit about it.
I see lots of prey.
Ranger is here. Oh!
Okay.
Maybe I'm playing. You did that. I'm seeing a lot of
My tail's been itching for a real fight.
Anyways, it is going to be a Roger jungler for the side of Team Crux Requiem.
Thorns remain.
Early snowball is definitely there. Roger is acquired with some kills, then he might actually do out pretty well. But the thing is, you need to play it out really safe in order to do that. But I believe Roger is one of the underrated junglers right now. And for me, he is actually like top 5. If you are playing it out onto the ranks tournaments, we don't see the Roger jungler quite often. He is situational, but still not a bad pick at all.
Yeah. And with the draft already been set 1-0-0-1 on both ends, it's going to be a game of best of one, basically. And this is where the drafts and everything is going to be mattering. There's the fish girl, there's my wife, there's fish lady, there's a guy with a violin who somehow shoots a bazooka somehow. There's a werewolf dude, and there's obviously a knight with somehow who can teleport. The heroes are always fun, and you just try to describe them literally. And there's Glue, who somehow splits himself into like 10 or 12, I think. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the Land of Dawn game number 3. So basically, last shot, last chance to get that point. But anyways, whoever wins will only get 2 pointers because it's not a sweep. It's going to be a 2-1. But still, 2 points better than none, isn't it? So yeah, let's go into the game. Myself, I'm Ray, and I'm joined by Itami.
Yep, here we are once again. And this time, you know, the composition looks kind of different. Aaron finally got his hands onto the Granger, and okay, who was it who just secured the gold tower? But the gold crab. But anyways, such is life. Trying to get the level 4 mark as soon as possible. Roger, you know, a long time no see. I haven't seen quite much Roger onto the tournament. At least there might be an engage.
Oh, look at that. Nah, they don't have enough damage, you know, Itami. So they're just gonna wait for a while, and most likely give us a game to be. I mean, we'll most likely see the engages a little bit later on. But anyways, hey, the troll's gonna be coming in 15 seconds. A little bit of pressure on both ends, and they're just gonna be getting to level 4. The junglers, oh, Such is Life is not level 4 yet, but yeah, he's gonna be pretty soon. And with that. Oh, okay, 0 for 0, and a lot of damage. Okay. No, the turtle is coming in right now, so I think they should have been positioning around this area. Okay, they are right now, a little late, but yeah, they are. And look at the damage. There's the Gator getting a little bit pressure. The Zushin does run out of mana, and over here, Revitalize already been popped in, but Lancelot is obviously just helping the Phobius get the dashes in, and he's looking for a target, and Respect has to maintain his distance. He's still fighting in. Phobius still has the skills, and he can just go in, but look at the burns that came in. What was that? Phobius got one shotted, one killed immediately out of it.
Yeah, IGN with a good trick, but the thing is, will they actually be able to contest for the turtle? Mario is still trying to stick on to that Roger. He might actually be able to do so. There is the AOG, and the turtle has been reset, but they will be able to get a kill onto Such as Life. A good trade. Mario, you know, good job from him actually. He was able to zone them out.
Yeah, and oh, look at that. A lot of engages coming in, and a lot of... Sorry. Sojan will get taken down on the other side though, but oh, look at the gameplay that's coming in, and a lot of... Oh, okay. Alright, Mirio might just get taken down here, but oh, Kimi also retaliating back a little bit. Let me take it over for some time.
Yeah, looks like the engages are yet to be... I'm so sorry for that. But anyways, it is Team IGN who had the better trade, and the Glue is actually being quite of a nuisance, to be honest, because, you know, he just sticks it out, and if he isn't able to hit up with the Roger, he will be more onto making sure that his team will be the ones who will be able to secure the neutral objectives that is going to be. And the creator, he is doing pretty much decent when it comes to freezing out the lane. And there might be a potential engage coming up, but there is that of ways being used out by which actually baited out by Kimi. So there is still the engage. A proper engage actually needs to be coming up from the side of Team IGN. It hasn't happened though, but I think for onto the bot, they are trying to find out some trades. Maybe able to get a kill onto Mirio would have been a better option, but it is not happening at this point. And okay, looks like
2 for 1 score still, and I think it is just going to be waiting for the scale up, because Roger needs to scale up, Granger needs to scale up, Harith needs to scale up. Most of the heroes really need to scale up.
Yeah, and there might be another engage coming around. He was quite deep. Supposed to use out the Crimson Beacon in order to escape instead of initiating the turtle has been up, but IGN are having a like a bit of an upper hand. Oh, speaking of upper hand, there is the kill onto Eden, and the creator was the one who was able to get the kill, and the turtle once again going for the side of Team IG. And Crux Requiem, they were trying to provide some visions as well as the backup onto the top, but it didn't happen. There is some Death Sonatas coming up onto Crisis, and IGN, they are doing it out pretty well in terms of getting the objectives. Oh, Mario just gets the kill.
Yeah. And overall, the score is 4-2-1. And okay. I almost for a second I thought Aaron the Creator might get taken down because he doesn't have a Purify, but really good positioning from him. He really repositioned himself completely out of there. And anyways, looking at that, they are gonna be able to get the turret, and 4-4-1. Match 3, game 3, BO3. All 3, but the score is 4. It's triggering my OCD, bro. But yeah, I do think the scaling thing is still standing true, and we can clearly see IGN is leading because of it, because the side of Crux needs much better scaling, and they need to push it into a later game, because that's when Roger is like a menace. He's basically a beast, a wolf, if you may. So I think they will wait for it. They'll try to extend this game a little bit. The Betrayal skin actually looks really nice. It has a different stance too, but oh, look at the itemization, Itami.
Yeah, and Aaron has, compared to Crisis, actually, he has 1k goal lead. He's 1k goal lead ahead. So, slowly but surely, he is having that pace. And he already got the Hunter Strike as well as the Sky Piercer on his name. So, most probably, he will go out for another, he might actually go out for Sea Halberd, or maybe the Malefic Roar. Or maybe even it can be the BOD. And speaking of Aaron the Creator, he is able to get a kill onto 27. He just goes down, and Mirio will be trying to engage onto Kimmy. He was trying to provide out some visions, but there is Taunt, forced to use out his flicker, and looks like, IGN, they are completely having a better lead when it comes to controlling the map.
And I think it's mainly just because we're back again with that point. It's just that they do have utility, they do have good engage potentials, but the thing that they're really missing out on is their damage dealers need a little bit of time. And until then, Respect is obviously going to be taking the objectives. Granger is going to be farming a little bit. They did try to pressure him, but they had to focus back. And right now, look at them. They're actually losing out a little by little. And I think I know the reason why. But yeah, overall, I'm happy to see the Zushin. Anyways, I do think Crux is struggling quite a bit. Could be the midnight exhaustion kicking in right at 1 a.m. in the night. But overall, they're just going to be waiting out. Most likely, just wait a bit and let it happen. Let's see what's going to happen. Oh, a lot of pressures coming in the mid phase. AOG pops in as well. The Zushin comes in with the damage and the pull-up. But Roger is trying to do something on the other end as well. They do get the mid-tier turret. And with it, they will be able to just get the game. And Lancelot will go to back at defense.
No, so this life gets taunted down as well as the rough waves combination right on time. It's only the 4 members remaining, and looks like they will be trying to force it out. Oh, Video with a really good flicker. That was quite a play, but he was not able to caught up to anyone. But still, they might actually cause the toss.
Yeah, there's a really great Tsunami Slam, but it was purified, and the Granger will not be in danger. Instead to be someone else in danger because it's Granger. Wow, what a rhyming. I can make it better when it's not 1 a.m. guys, but yeah, don't worry, 7-1. It's gonna be 9 minutes in. Wow, 8 kills in 9 minutes, that's really nice. Anyways, with the rest of the team really trying to struggle and get back to it, I think we'll just, AOG pops in, they're most likely, I do think Zohunt is just gonna get immediately punished out of there, and he's gonna get taken down, but look at that, inhibitors expose the top lane, tier 1, tier 2 still standing, but that is a vulnerable thing, and it's most likely gonna be falling pretty soon as well. 7-4-2 score, and we're seeing a 5,000 goal lead, and over here, Such is Life, playing the same game like he did last time, going for the split push, knowing that it's better just to get the farm and not engage so much that you get taken down.
Yeah, he already has fallen down twice, so it won't actually be a good idea just trying out to engage. And IGN, they are just extending the lead as well as they are just advancing when it comes to the itemizations as well. Oh, Mirio, he might be quite deep this time. He might just go down, and there you go. opening maybe for the side of Team Crux Requiem, but my they will be overcommitting. Oh my goodness, which with that Petrify as well as the combination. That was a really good combination coming around, but 27 Evil is going down, and the Creator gets the killing spree. It will be a 3-for-1. Just for Mario, that Petrify play was cherry on cake.
Cherry on the top of the cake for sure, Itami, because look at it, 10-3 score, and IGN doesn't stop signs of stopping as the goal lead has climbed to 7,000 from that 5k, and it's only gonna climb more as the Lord just got taken down. And with this, looks like the side of Crux Requiem, ultimately, despite the fact that they wanted to make it a 2-0, IGN declined it, and looks like they're really having a hard time, difficulty to keep up. They're just trying to farm, but IGN is not letting them do it. And with it, the Lord's marching down mid lane. Can they defend it? Obviously, it's a big question. But with Harris, not much farm, 0-1-2 on Crisis, I think it's going to be a really hard thing to do. And IGN might just push into the base and just end the game.
Yep. And lane syncing is actually up to the point as well. They might actually force out the mid tower onto the top. The minions are yet to be arriving, but there might be an engage from Zohunt. He just goes in with the AOG, but the Tsunami Slam will be coming up onto him. He might just go down onto the process, but he takes down one, and looks like Alan the Creator, his damage is definitely coming up online. Crisis uses the Zaman Force, but he just goes back and there's a phantom execution onto the board. Oh my god, such is life, was able to buy some time, but the crystal is wide open, and it will be Team IGN who will be winning it out onto this best of 3 series against Crux Requiem. IGN is definitely online, baby.
Yeah, and let's go to the results screen quickly, and we can see the statistics, because of course we want to see that, and it's pretty clear. That in the draft sense, I love Zushin, but anyways, I can't control it. It comes out like a Pokemon, when you put out a Squirtle, it says Squirtle. When I say Zushin, I say I love Zushin, but yeah. Anyways, might be midnight hazy, but I like the fact that there are 3 people with 3, 1-1-1 deaths, and then there's one with 3 deaths who's just combined. But yeah, a lot of things to mention, but only a few things I would mention. That IGN first 2 matches were definitely very exciting, but it could be the midnight exhaustion kicking in. It could be that the draft was good, but the execution was severely lacking into the hands of Crux Requiem. But it's all okay. IGN also played a little bit much better. I do think the Roger was a little bit experimental, and they tried it, but he has a scaling issue. He needed to either snowball right from the minute 1, which IGN did not let them do it, and the other side, Crux Requiem, Harris did not get the space to do it so, and because of it, not to mention right from the minute 1 we saw the burst, right? So
yep.
So let's get back to the casters decks, because of course it's already 1 a.m. and congrats to IGN getting the 2 pointers. And Crux Requiem, despite them receiving 0 pointers, I do wish them best. Thank you for them for coming up so late and obviously showing sportsmanship and everything. And we wish them the best, of course, because there's still 3 days left. They can still get the points to get into the top 4. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, that was it for tonight. We'll be bidding farewell, but make sure you stay tuned, and we'll obviously do more matches. There's 3 days left, because this is only day 4 of this round robin stages. To make sure you stay tuned, subscribe to War Drum Games, and make sure you stay tuned for Northeast Underdog Tournament 3.0. We'll catch you guys later. Take care, good night, and sleep well.
All souls must remain inside the train at all times. The terminal station is Evergarden Station.
0 is pulling in. Look alive.
Car 4. Clear.
Car 5. Clear.